What? What do you mean? Broken reset and everything. Oh my god. Ugh. I have to take a shit. Line. Bro, can you be playing everything, man? From that game I don't even know anymore. So this is anything. No.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah. Yeah, I'm disgusted with myself, and I'm disgusted with the way we're told to have a certain face, a certain weight before I
Sorry. Hold on.
Giving up, letting go. Times we might feel compelled. Looking down from the heights that we have built all by ourselves. And there is fear of the unknown, but we cannot lose control. When we feel like the world is against us, we're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for. was too young, and I didn't understand that you were the one, and I can't wait to see you hindsight is fleeting, oh, and your heart's bleeding, and all you can see is red. Till you discover it is within each other to forgive and make amends. If I had known then, or what I know now, I wouldn't have said what I said. I took the long road, thought I'd be better on my own. Sometimes what's right is wrong instead. 'Cause I was too young, and I didn't understand that you were the one, and I can't wait to see you again. Oh, I can't wait, I can't wait, I can't wait. 'Cause I was too young, and I didn't understand that you were the one, and I can't wait to see you
What is this game, bro? The nose right there, and you can casually climb it by setting it up here. Nice game, bro. What the heck?
It could take a million days, but I see it through. I climb the highest mountain, baby, just to be with you. I would drive 1,000 miles just to get to you. The days and lonely nights might break me, but I'll stand by you. It could take a million days, but I see it through. I climb the highest mountain, baby, just to be with you. The truth is a damn hard pill to swallow. I'm reaching out, but all I feel is hollow. I wanna make you work, but all I do is make you worse. The truth is a damn hard pill to swallow. Don't you wanna come on over? Don't you wanna work it out? Don't you wanna love me better, love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna fix our problems? Baby, I can show you how. Don't you wanna love me better, love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna come on over? Don't you wanna work it out? Don't you wanna love me better, love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna fix our problems? Baby, I can show you how. Don't you wanna love me better, love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna love me
Tận hưởng không giới hạn âm nhạc không quảng cáo, tải bài hát xuống và nhiều lợi ích khác. Hãy dùng YouTube Music Premium.
What do we do? Bro, I have to edit the video, man. Hello, definitely. Okay. There's literally nothing.
You want? Would rich mesh? Okay, okay. Ça doit faire.
Où ça, quoi? Eh! T'es pas beauté. T'es pas beauté. What the? Oh, like, bring home the show, man. What the heck? Okay. Hello, Keith. Hello, man.
I knew it, fuck this small hat. I knew it! Small fucking hat. Make it. Hat again! What? Ya, por favor. It's broken.
Oh, you're raging, bro. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, punch the wall? No, it's not possible. The wall's just gonna collapse. They have more clips. Like they just clips it whenever they found like I don't know. When this comes to like tense, man, that they just especially the guy that smashed it, man. He raged. He wore gloves just to like not breaking his hand, because like when you do that too much, your hand actually it just hurt, man. Like it's just anger issues. Like when I slam it, like even with my my whole hand or finger or something, it's just hurt. Food. What food? $500 for my. This keyboard is like 1 million Vietnam dong. That's like $50 or something. In Vietnam, it's just the things are very cheap. Hold on. It's been 3 years, 2 years actually. I'm using this. $47, but we're gonna go for like about 48 because 81 cents. So that's $48. The keyboard on like in like another countries like Europe is expensive, but when you came to Vietnam, you casually just got like 99% off. It's very cheap, man.
Jack it up.
EDS, alright, we're going for EDS. Yes. When it comes to like the mat, hey, what the bro, where did he went? What? Yeah, sorry. So why if we spawn car now? It teleport like delivery. Yeah, it's like the spawn point. Just, I think it's only work when you're like in the dealership and not outside. They fixed that glitch thing. Yeah, like you don't have. It's like they made it so you don't have to like go outside from the dealer. Like, let's make an example like this. You want to go outside there and spawn the car. It's just casually spawn it right here, and then this spawns outside. It's like a spawn point, you know. Maybe that's the good thing that they actually made. Like, good lord, imagine you're just like you went up here and changed your lot thing up here. After you change it, you just don't want to like go down there or just spawn here. Instead, just spawn like here. Then just one outside. What is YouTube giving me, man? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Why? No. Yes. Yes, good, yeah. Also, like, when the update came like before. When you spawn outside right here, you casually just went back to the dealer again. Like it's a glitch that they've didn't notice, and now they fix it. This update is good, I'm saying. Should I still stay? No. Oh, it's just Monday. Or it's Tuesday. Cool. Need for speed. I found it everywhere. Like I just server hop and casually found it, but in like 60k. Meanwhile the car itself, it's not even 60k. It's just disappointment. The car itself got nerfed, man. They be sorry for like 60 70. No, hell no. I ain't buying that. Sucks. Chill, bro. What is bro flexing, yo?
Tính mà xem, bạn tốn tiền cho cả ứng dụng phát
What the fuck is this?
nhạc, hoặc chỉ cần trả 79.000 đồng.
Bro, oh hell no. Chill.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear, driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear, like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
streams.
What's the point in us if I never know? If you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the
What the fuck happened? What are you doing? What? I'm in the custom. Chill, nice. I got it for like 20 tokens. I have to open it. But it's pretty nice. 500 tokens is good. I think you can sell it for like 7k. 7,000. Good price. Bro, get me YouTube Premium. It casually switches to this. What is it? Nick even doing? Oh. What are you doing? I'm just gonna there's nothing to do with it.
Cho ăn đi con. Hả?
Vậy chưa đòi.
Hả?
Giờ từ.
Nói gì?
Dạ chưa đòi.
3 giờ rồi.
Ok.
Tới là sao?
Ok ok.
Nói này đi. Đây nấu cùng hát lại.
Dạ dạ dạ.
Bỏ cái con nè. Nói ngay.
Đây từ từ. Hold on. Sure.
Nè. Cơm này.
Từ từ đi.
Để đây nè, thuốc men chừng nào ăn lấy ra ăn.
Rồi.
Nè. Tô chiên ngon ghê không? Như vậy á. Lấy muỗng không?
Nước từ.
Muỗng tương á hả?
It's just a fish.
Nè, nước tương này dẹp nó tươi cay luôn đi.
Đây đây.
Được chưa? Hôm nay mày xịt cơm xịt cay hết luôn hả?
Dạ.
Nè.
Đây đây. Đi tắm kìa. Từ đi, trời ơi, đất còn chưa tắm nữa. I'm just gonna go take a shower, man. Hold on. Song. Song bad. Oh, maybe. Sure. But later, hold on. I have to take a shower and then eat. Of course. I ate nothing this morning. Sorry. Later.
Ready? Ready? Yeah. Chứ cho đạo kia đang thì thậm chí là 3 giờ. Không 5 giờ thì mấy tao mới ăn.
Man.
Chỉ trích như vậy là đúng, trước khi họ nói là muốn thiện chí và cùng nhau đi lên. Mẹ họ nói như thế thì chửi họ đi chứ liên quan gì đến tôi, what the fuck. Với cả video của họ thì họ thích nói gì thì nói, miễn sao người xem có ủng hộ hay không chứ không phải là kỹ cả.
Okay. 원래 이분 저런 하는 거였어. 이렇게.
Oh, thank you. Just this one and this one. Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you, mom.
Chúng tôi cam kết mang lại 25.000 cơ hội việc làm mỗi năm cho người lao động dưới 30 tuổi. Chương trình
Hey. Bye.
It's been a while since we've done one of these, so the craving's off the roof. These are recipes that I randomly came across on the internet and thought it might be helpful to test them out together to level up our instant ramen game. All of our recipes today Today will come from the big three: Indomie, Shin Ramen, Fire Noodle, and some other things. How do you know a bowl of ramen is good? The sprinkle of scallion on top. Before we make any recipe, we gotta chop a lot of it. It's like when God made humans from dirt and completed it with the soul. That's what that sprinkle of scallion is to a bowl of ramen. You already know the video gonna be good when we're starting with thick bacon straight into the cold pan with a little bit of water to prevent the splattering. The water also mellows out the rendering process, helping the fat to extract better. Once it's looking like 80% of the fat is out, we'll take it out. And with the grease in the pan, we'll fry up 2 eggs, sunny side up. With the eggs out, you already know what's coming. We're taking out a pack of Indomie. 2 packs actually. We're gonna put all the seasoning into a bowl except for the packaged fat, because we're replacing it with the bacon fat that's left in the pan. We'll just do a little bit. Toss in your cooked noodles, mix it together to provide a canvas for a massive amount of toppings about to show up. A lot of scallion, bacon from earlier, 2 eggs because I'm a baller like that, and some of these fried up sausage. You know, whenever I see a ramen recipe online, they always just say like put sausage in it. Like, I have no idea what kind of sausage you're talking about, like spicy Italian or German bratwurst. And then you look at the picture, it's always some reddish thing like this. And then I realized the thing that mostly resemble these quote-unquote sausage is actually beef franks or any hot dog you have, which makes a lot of sense. I guess we're still in the struggle meal realm, so glizzies are accompanied here. Well, it's not the case for me, because no matter I'm eating a struggle meal or a fancy meal, I need that sausage in me, bro. We'll top it off with a packaged crispy shallot, and it's time to dig in here. We're working with a lot of topping right now, and the best way to approach it is to poke the runny yolk. I guess it's not really runny. And we'll use the egg to grab the rest of the toppings and some noodles, turning it into an extremely complete and satisfying bite, and we'll give it a taste and rate 1 through 10. With the amount of bacon and bacon grease in here, you might be concerned for your arteries, but not to worry. I heard an intense dopamine release can revive your health, which is what we're getting here. The Indomie is already really good, and we have the crispiness from the bacon. The pile of scallion just gives that fresh herbaceousness. And the replacement of the fat kind of imposes a new flavor profile to it. I'm gonna give it a 9.3 out of 10. That was a pretty strong start. This next one, I feel like a lot of the other creators already showed it to you guys. I just find it to be very mind-blowing that an egg yolk and I give a second chance to QP mayo can make a water-based broth to taste like there's meat in it. The key is to whisk it gradually with a lick fork, of course, while adding boiling liquid to it. So it's gonna cook the egg yolk and like make the broth kind of thick. You see, I should have mixed everything into a paste before adding the water. Also, my water is probably not hot enough. There's like stuff floating on top, like a bunch of bugs laid eggs on it, but it shouldn't affect the taste. Imitating a proper tonkatsu broth, giving it its soul and giving it the sausage, and it doesn't taste as good as I remembered it to be. I might have put in too much mayo because it tastes straight up like a bad noodle salad. Regardless, it still has that rich broth feel to it, but I'm gonna have to give this one a 7 out of 10. Everybody loves chili oil eggs, but did you know if you boil fried eggs, it actually tastes like chicken stock? With the help from our homemade chili oil, this is gonna take our spicy broth ramen to the next level. We're gonna use Shin Ramen for this. When the water comes to a boil, we're dropping the patty, some of that sausage, and the seasoning packet, and just cook it like how you normally would. It is supposed to have a broth, so add some more water if you feel like it's getting too salty. The toppings for this recipe are kimchi and tofu. I suppose this is trying to imitate the kimchi stew. Again, guys, whenever I have eggs on top of the noodle, we gotta use it to grab it. Honestly, this broth, just with the fried egg, tastes better than the mayo thing we had earlier. With the addition of chili oil, it adds a lot of complexity to the Shin Ramen seasoning packet. This might just be what the creator of the Shin Ramen intended it to taste like. And the toppings are just right. I'm gonna give it a 9 out of 10. So far, a lot of great recipes today. Now, speaking of Shin Ramen, we can't forget probably the most viral one on the internet, the chili oil recipe. To a bowl, we'll add scallion, chopped garlic, half packet of the seasoning, a teaspoon each of soy sauce and Chinese black vinegar, and a teaspoon of sugar. I'm replacing with maple syrup. My family doesn't own a maple farm or anything. I use it because I don't eat pancakes and there's nowhere else to use it. Since we're on the topic of pancakes, my roommate eats that sometimes in the morning, which I think is a really sad thing to do. I've never seen pancakes served in a non-family or community gathering setting, so waking up early and making pancake for himself feels a little psychopathic. Why don't you just start the day with 2 shots of vodka in your green smoothie like a regular person? Literally nothing bad about this recipe, depth of savory flavor with a hint of acidity and sweetness. As we all know, fat is flavor. You know what else is flavor? MSG in the ramen packet. Doubly flavorful and super simple, so 9.5 out of 10. Let me tell you a secret, if I wasn't filming a video, I wouldn't have bothered removing the skin. But sometimes in life we just gotta pull the skin back to have fun. And I also feel like whenever I use canned tomato to make a broth, the result is always more acidic than I expect. Fresh tomatoes have more of that balance of sweetness that makes the broth taste good. And before we move on to the stove to cook it down, we're gonna crack in 2 eggs, beat it up with the liquid fork of course. And this oil sprinkler thing has been my most useful kitchen gadget of the year. I asked for kitchen gadget recommendations last time and the submission form is still available in the description. When the tomatoes becoming visibly mushy, we'll add in the noodle water, turn it into a broth and put all the seasoning packet into it. We don't want to overcook the patty, we just want to kind of spread it out and start dropping in our eggs. In a circular motion, we'll drop in the egg in the tiniest stream. This should be extremely easy for you. The eggs should be cooked within like a minute or so. We'll stir in a piece of cheese, give that salt, and our tomato egg drop soup shin ramen is ready to taste. I feel like with shin ramen, a lot of people go with the route of mayo or like cream cheese and stuff, and that leads to a lot of intense, rich flavor, and I feel like going with the tomato broth is the opposite of that. And with the egg drop, everything's real mellow and very comforting. I'm gonna give it an 8.6, something you can have for a quick lunch or when you're sick. This next one is from the OG of cooking YouTube. With more than 10 years of experience, Manchi probably gives the best and most authentic Korean recipes. I never realized army stew is actually pretty easy. You kind of just like throw everything in a pot and just boil it. So I have onion slices, the root part of the scallion, and a bunch of kimchi. And the recipe called for pork belly. I'm gonna just use these pork shoulder pieces because I feel like it doesn't need to be that fatty. Pork is always tender no matter how you cook it, you know. Now time for the sauce. This gochujang box has been in my fridge for like 2 years. I don't use it because I don't like Korean food that much, I'm sorry. It's just a little too sweet. That's a tablespoon of gochugaru, a tablespoon of soy sauce, sugar, I'm using maple syrup of course, and a teaspoon of sesame oil. This is what's gonna carry on that flavor front. We'll pour it directly on top of all the ingredients, no need to mix yet. Fill it with water, lid on, and put on high heat to bring it to a boil. A lot of aromatic vegetables and flavorful ingredients in the pot, they're gonna start breaking down and release its juices and start seasoning each other in a platonic way, of course. When the pot comes to a boil, we'll mix the sauce into the ingredients. Put the lid back on, heat to low, and simmer for 30 minutes. In the last 5 minutes, we'll put in some tofu. Right when we take it off the stove, when the water is still boiling hot, we'll put in a raw noodle patty just to stuff it on the bottom. The residual heat is gonna cook it really well. If we simmered it, it's gonna be too soggy. This seems like a convoluted way just to eat ramen, but it's actually a lot easier than I expected. You just like chop some vegetables, throw it into a pot, and like cover with sauce and stuff. It does take a long time just to stew everything, but I assume you can make a lot and just eat it throughout the week. Considering the minimal effort, I'm gonna give it an 8 out of 10. If you feel like that stew was too lazy, maybe we can try something more active. Taking to the streets of Indonesia, we're gonna do an Indomie stir fry. Larger bok choy will quarter it, and the smaller one will just half it. To make it easier later, we're gonna put all the seasoning packet into a ramekin, add sake and soy sauce, and mix it together into like a stir fry sauce. And obviously we're gonna be using a wok, this fake hex cloud wok that we got together from the Chinatown vlog. The quality is so nice. I honestly feel like somebody stole this from a real hex cloud factory, smuggled it over, and just sold it to me for a quarter of the price. Without washing the pan, in goes 2 tablespoons of my bucket of duck fat. While smoking hot, we're gonna drop in our vegetables. I'm also gonna do some bean sprouts. I used to hate bean sprouts, and putting it in a noodle dish is like pouring Skittles into M&M jar. But recently I find it kind of nice. We'll also put in some type of protein. I have these beef brisket slices. You can do sketchy sausage or chicken, whatever you want. And for the rest of my awesome stir frying, my quote-unquote intelligent camera decided to focus only on this handle instead of my amazing skill. This must be similar to the vision of Conan O'Brien during that one particular interview he did.
The way that I met Simon was they asked me to be a guest judge, Focus, Conan, to be, they asked
But anyways, I dropped the sauce, egg, noodle back in, stir fried it for a few minutes on high heat, and it's ready to go out. Giving it its soul. I do wish there can be more color, but it smells amazing, so let's dig in. Is that pink? This is making me emotional because it takes me back to the humble streets of Indonesia. The flavors of Indomie working with the texture of the meat, noodle, and the crunchy vegetables, bringing ultimate comfort. Also, I can taste the duck fat, so that's pretty nice. A little extra effort, but definitely a 9 out of 10. Usually I need as many toppings on my ramen as possible because I'm greedy like that. Also want that complex flavor profile, you know what I'm saying? But what if I tell you one topping can completely change the entire nature of a bowl due to its intense and dominant aroma and texture? What we're imitating here is the Chinese dandan noodle. The sauce is actually just a pile of meat, which is something I can get behind. So after giving some color to your ground meat, we'll like chop it up in the pan like that, and still on high heat we're gonna season it with spicy bean paste, normal bean paste, you can use miso paste I think, and equal part ketchup. We'll get all this red sauce into the meat, and when it's looking like it's ready to go on top of a lasagna or something, we can take it out. I know I mentioned earlier we only need one topping, but I had meat and vegetables left over, so I boiled into it. I used the random pack of bone broth noodle, just any non-spicy one will work. Then pile on as much as you want of the sauce slash garnish slash topping. And is it my birthday already? Because this bowl is loaded with meat, so let's give it a taste and rate 1 through 10. I wouldn't recommend you mixing it at first because the sauce is really intense and spicy, but the bone broth noodle is rich and mild, so when you eat them together there's sort of an inconsistency going on in your mouth. Again, this is very practical. I feel like you can just straight up in advance make 2 pounds of this ground meat sauce and just take it out and drop it into the noodles whenever you want to level up.
Okay, man. Ow. What do you... How bad is the moderation, man? Okay, no, the Roblox moderators, they are done for.
Đẹp trai có đủ để làm nàng để ý. Bật ý tưởng mới Vina cà phê, vị đậm.
not me, but my viewers made it. What is this? Oh, bro, chill. Chill, bro. What the fuck? How much is the desserts? Holy shit! Sell this, man. Yeah, yes, why not? Roblox moderation, be suck balls. Holy crap. There's no way. Bro, she said it like many times on CDT. And this is what happens when she plays this tongue game. Like, holy crap, what a joke. What is the Roblox moderations are doing, man? Like, mamma mia. You cannot be serious. That, like, there's no way. There's no fucking way. What is... What are bros even going for? Optional, yeah, sure. Giving them a report, why not? Piece of shit, man. 1.3, 1.3. It's more, it's just less than CDT. CDT has like 7.2. At least CDT, at least Game Fam's like doing something. I don't know. Turbo! TSR Turbo, of course! Earlier I found like a TSR Turbo for like 500 tokens. Now I opened it and got it for free on my alt account. The hell is this? Nice game, bro. What the heck?
Fill me out with your smile. Love the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you win this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Safe and
So far, epic moment. God. What? This is something, yes. Bro, what the fuck?
one does. Search but you stay lost. We are
How do I even read this, bro?
but we're making this
Like,
too and I wonder where you
do you have to like rush it maybe? Nah, I cannot see.
that's the part you always show.
Bro, come on. Just stand like on the keyboard, bro. Like how do you even read that? What? Hold on.
been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. Never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. The gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you
What?
straight down. Clear
to find them out the seas. Fell out on a fire, no, we couldn't hide. higher. Palm trees waiting for the summer, knowing there's somewhere to go. What did it go say no? Such.
So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my darling. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club.
Kết mang lại 25.000 cơ hội việc làm mỗi năm cho người lao động.
15 fucking seconds. Oh my god.
Through inside lane. Missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead. As the last stop.
What the heck?
No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. Cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right?
Break away,
Get your soul case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. Cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel?
What the hell is this? trip.
YouTube Music Premium còn nhiều điều thú vị hơn thế nữa. Nghe nhạc không quảng cáo và khám phá podcast mới mọi lúc, mọi nơi.
No thanks.
Tại Doria, 54% vị trí đang đặt.
Bro, 15 seconds! Hell no, man! I'll open. Oh my.
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through.
7, 14, 6. Backlit? What the hell? Yeah.
Tell anybody what it was. I did not. Stay off this guy's sight!
So recently, since my last video on the horrific Roblox group called Spawnism, the situation has only continued to get so much worse, with one of the main figureheads, Chessball, being raided by the police, and with it being revealed that their own father had even caught them in their disgusting actions. Chessball has openly framed me, Creekcraft, and Ruben Sim, with them even threatening upon Ruben Sim himself, and with other members of Spawnism having now reportedly taken their own life. This situation is getting more horrific by the day, with more crimes continuing to be committed to numerous people, and with the UTTP, short for the YouTube Troll Police, and their other affiliated branches showing no sign of stopping. This video will address all the extremely serious updates that have transpired, so please make sure to leave a like and subscribe and help this video reach more people, because the UTTP and their co-conspirators need to be held directly responsible for their actions, and more people need to know how egregious this situation really is. So first situation to cover was one of the main figureheads behind the Spawnism cult named Chessball. This user has had numerous victims come out, calling out his egregious behavior of manipulating to get them to do horrific things for him, while also exposing how he threatened them with their docs information and claimed how he would hurt their family if they ever called him out publicly. Well, recently it has been revealed that Chessball was most likely actually a 21-year-old man, with his YouTube channel being leaked along with presumably his full legal name. On his channel that has now been removed off of YouTube permanently, Chessball was seen having uploaded a video of his father, where his father had found extremely disgusting and concerning content on Chessball's computer. And his father's reaction is one of complete horror, shock, and disgust.
Did you send this to anybody? No, I did not. I did not send it. Did you tell anybody what it was? I did not. Are you stupid? I did not do it. Don't. Jesus Christ! Just delete it. Okay, if somebody gets this, they can do damage to you.
The microphone is very good.
Discord, stay off this guy's site!
On this YouTube channel as well, before it was removed, Chessball was seen making a statement on his community tab, calling himself the prophet of Spawnism. Now this Chessball person is someone who has affected and caused so much to numerous. On TikTok, he was even caught liking videos of in it while he was a grown adult. This person was evidently and abused the popularity of Spawnism to lure impressionable into doing favors for him, a cut and dry example of him children. This situation only proceeds to get worse as Chessball and other members of his Discord were seen making an announcement that a member of their Spawnism cult had unfortunately taken their own life, showing the extent of Chessball's disgusting influence. The who had apparently committed was seen making one last note in which cited, "I am doing this as my last quest for Spawn, for the Lords to see me finally at last." Chesball was seen stating, "May her second life be as good as her first," indicating that he had some major involvement in all of this, but we'll never know considering the fact that the DMs will probably never be leaked. Chesball is also seen having a long methodical pattern of behavior where he would try to coerce to join call and Discord and to do as he stated on camera, oftentimes resulting in them engaging in requests while writing what he tells them to on a piece of paper, and this has been repeated many documented times. One such victim, called Bootil's #1 fan, leaked DMs showing that Chesball wanted them to hold a piece of paper with the message calling themselves Chesball's written in marker, followed by him encouraging this to do absolutely disgusting things for him that make me too sick to even want to repeat. He was straight up commanding this person to do exactly what he stated, leveraging this religion as a tool of manipulation and to of course coerce them. Despite this expressing how scared they were, Chesball was seen having pushed them consistently and got them to do exactly what he stated. Under the guise of spawnism to essentially manipulate this. Chesball, in another case where he is seen messaging a named Letter, is seen straight up pressing them, telling them to get a paper and a marker while also requesting them to remove their. When Letter asks what this is all about, Chesball is seen being purposely ambiguous, stating that this is for the ritual and that is to grant them a second life, basically the whole premise of spawnism.
Yes, sure I report this one.
Chesball, this 21-year-old grown man, is then seen once again stating for this to write Chesball's on the piece of paper in order to prove their devotion and loyalty. Despite Letter claiming that they were 13, Chesball is not dissuaded in these message exchanges and instead continues to push them and state that this is for their religion and they need to do it. This shows a consistent pattern of behavior with individuals exactly like Chesball, and this can be seen when he also openly made a tweet showing one of his victims who were forced to go on camera and show a message on a piece of paper, falsely accusing me and Ruben Sim of disgusting things, with Chesball also blaming Creecraft in the Twitter replies. This was a ploy. Chesball had manipulated this into doing this and had essentially framed me, Ruben Sim and Creecraft in the process. Because to Chesball this is all one sick game and he was the only one playing it. The which was forced to do this even stated in Discord DMs that she was told to blame me in order to undergo this spawnism ritual, and she didn't even know who I was. Even when allegedly the police intervened after Chesball's identity was apparently revealed, he still continued to play this off as one big joke, claiming that the police understood it was false allegations and was merely just anti-spawnist propaganda. Chesball was seen having no remorse for his actions, only deflecting the situation when he was confronted about getting a 10-year-old girl to and the word Chesball into a. This is a different, far more sinister level of evil that only a very few amount of individuals have truly managed to surpass, and the evil only gets worse. As of recently, UTTP members, short for the YouTube Troll Police, who I've covered extensively on this channel, have gone awry with this situation. General Glenn, also known as Class, is seen having used the spawnism situation to mass promote his site called Skibbity Farms, forcing users, mainly to create accounts for the site to get verified, which only leads to more being under his influence in the process, as Skibbity Farms, which I do not under any circumstances advise any of you to access, is known for IP grabbing and cookie locking users. General Glenn's motives here are very clear. He wants more influence and control and wants more to take off. In order to become high-ranking Acolyte members, Glenn is seen promoting his Telegram servers and encouraging members to join it, while also doing IRL acts to prove their loyalty. Once again showing that General Glenn, the leader of the UTTP and admin of Skibbity Farms, is directly complicit in this situation and is facilitating a network of into platforms ran by himself so he can go on to take of them. Not only is General Glenn directly complicit in the victimization of numerous with messages of him asking people to being leaked, but other UTTP members such as Memphis are also seen posting and disseminating illicit content of to traumatize other people, and also is seen getting numerous people to in regards to spawnism, and is also seen fostering an environment encouraging other people to do it as well. The problem is extremely bad and has only continued to get worse. Methods of these users promoting and propagandizing spawnism has increased, the amount of people befalling into this sick and twisted cult has increased, with more victims emerging every single day. More crimes and illicit content is being shared and disseminated, and more horrific acts are being encouraged by those at the highest echelons of these servers. General Glenn is getting away
There's
with
two flashbangs! First, I don't even know anymore, man. First, the piece of thing flying to my nose, second, the fucking oh my god, man.
when he is seen being directly complicit in all of this, encouraging more pressuring to take place, and boasting about the fact that more come to them every day, and nothing anyone does or says can hinder them. And despite Discord actively cracking down on many spawnism servers, the problem is only continuing to escalate, with Glenn stating how they would never stop, and showing no remorse whatsoever for his crimes, like the complete psychopath that he is. Kids are even on record stating to users such as Guamgo that they were even convinced to eat pieces of their own when they... That is truly how egregious the situation is now. No longer is this some dumb stupid cult, some little meme or joke. It is a criminal enterprise and network of many disgusting groups that are interlinked, and this problem needs to be clamped down as fast as possible. This is a new absolute low even for the UTTP, and how anyone in this group just stands by and lets this happen is insane. Cloudflare should be absolutely disgusted in themselves for allowing the platform of Skibbity Farms to remain. And if they even had half the morals of a normal person, they would immediately wipe this site off the internet and file a report immediately. I cannot believe how Cloudflare is facilitating this problem openly too now. They need to stop this at once. But anyway, for clarification as this video ends, this video is not intended for hate, harassment, or cyberbullying whatsoever. This video is instead intended for educational and informative purposes only, going over the entire situation as a whole in a documentary style context. I'd also like to clarify that this video is intended for more mature audiences as well, as more mature themes are actively being discussed, so viewer discretion is of course advised. All necessary content has been sufficiently blurred, and this video complies with all of YouTube's community guidelines. And with that all being said, thank you all for watching.
This video is sponsored by Arena Breakout Infinite. Many of us have a common conception of what a business is. They provide a service, they provide a product, or, you know, that some intangible thing. Whatever concept you have of a business, there typically is like one unifying thing. The point is to try and make money. Or is it? Evil Geniuses is one of esports' most reputed brands, having competed in various different esports titles since the early 2000s. You know, for this channel, this is a Counter-Strike channel, they would field teams in Counter-Strike 1.6, and they'd even field some fan-favorite players, like Jordan Nothing Gilbert back in his early day career. But that isn't really what Evil Geniuses was known for. Evil Geniuses' main branding were high-performance strategy games. basically video game chess. Games like StarCraft 2 and Dota 2 is where this organization thrived, as they would win the International in 2015, the biggest tournament in esports. In fighting games, they've also got players like Justin Wong, the guy who got Daigo parried. Sorry, Justin. But that made Evil Geniuses a little bit niche in terms of a brand, because they weren't competing in the big boy esports like League of Legends, Overwatch, or, well, Counter-Strike. One of the biggest legacy brands in esports were just floating along, and were, quote, just a handful of bad business decisions away from bankruptcy. Evil Geniuses were looking to be purchased, and fortunately, for esports history, they got their angel investor. In May of 2019, private equity firm Peak 6 Entertainment would acquire Evil Geniuses. And very importantly here, one of their associates, Nicole LaPointe Jameson, would take over as the CEO. Okay, but many of us have seen big business takeovers with niche brands. Rarely are these people actually associated with the brands that they take on over. They're not endemic to their industry, and the exact same happens here. Evil Geniuses were full of esports old guard and mostly just run by, the gamers themselves. Well, here comes big business men and women to try and revamp this organization, this failing business. These folks were not endemic to esports, but to Ivy League colleges. So now that we are owned by a big private equity firm, we have to do big business things. That's called aggressive growth. Peak 6's goal was to beef up Evil Genius's revenue streams and potentially sell off the organization in the future for a profit. You actually went into esports to make a profit? So the way you start doing that is by purging all the esports old guard and getting rid of the gamers in the company, also known as dead weight. With millions of dollars in backing and a literal PR team to make herself, not the organization, look good. Anyways, with this backing, Tuzo LaPointe, as her Twitter handle would once upon a time be known as, started to play some esports Barbie, as many organizations have in the past. Alongside the purge, Evil Geniuses also aggressively expanded into the big boy esports, League of Legends and Counter-Strike, buying franchise slots in both for untold millions of dollars. And actually, things started out really well for EG. They were a very winning organization in the games they initially participated in, as their Counter-Strike unit would ascend to #1 in the world, winning ESL 1 New York and Star Ladder Season 8, with a unit containing your favorite future Valorant players and content creators. Sorry guys, a little bit of foreshadow. Okay. That's something for you all to know at home. Counter-Strike is one
They're like sounds jump scare, bro. What the fuck? What? Merce on the fucking counter blocks? Really? No? What? I see. There we go. CB, 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 CB. 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 My mom made me. Ooh. What is Mort doing, bro? Team! Whoa, chill, man. Why not? 1 in 4. Nice, okay, man. Alright. Let's see, this last guy. How do this? Is this the Vietnamese? No? No, this is Asia. This is Asia. Wow. Nice help, bro. Thanks.
Blow them up.
What happened to my map? Hello. Outside, don't peek, please. Yeah, no, he's gone. Maybe? Oh, nice. That's pretty. Okay. Bro, what is Merc doing? 1k? Okay, with 4 depths, really?
One of the hardest esports to turn a profit in because of salaries. Big organizations have utterly cranked up the price of players. The idea that you can pay under $500,000 a year for a star player just doesn't make sense to the biggest businessmen who arrive on in and expect to be playing, like, you know, regular sports ball. We gotta pay these players well over $500,000 just to play video games and make GG tweets. Evil Geniuses was one of these people. One thing to put out there, not all esports players necessarily drive fans to them. They can be good at games, but that's about the extent of their branding, unless you're a streamer like Tarek.
Do we push tunnel or no?
Boost here, boost you, come on.
Yep. Bomb.
I'm blind. Bomb's there. Blind.
Went out mid. Dead.
Wow. Good fucking around, dude.
I don't think they heard you ever.
Or a personality like Simple.
But there, why you... What
Why
you
you
doing?
Why you bullying me?
Or you're also good at the game like Simple.
He's gonna throw the AWP and oh my god, Simple!
There is like zero possibility he will ever make a profit spending $150,000 a month and millions of dollars on partner leagues and franchise slots on your team unless you maintain a legion of fans. That brings us to our next point. Branding. The logo for Evil Geniuses has existed for literal decades. It is a staple of gaming. They are one of the legacy organizations in esports. That logo carries weight. So, the brilliant mind of Nicole Jameson. Yes, she was literally the driving force behind this rebrand, not a design, art team, marketing, or anything. It was her idea. So anyways, this person with no idea about Evil Genius's past called for a complete rebrand of a legendary logo in esports.
Whoa.
This wasn't EG anymore. It felt like a corporation now, instead of what was a group of humble gamers creating their teams. The old guard was getting purged and they had a shitty rebrand. This is looking a lot like every single business takeover ever. Guys, this is still the prelude. We haven't even gotten to the main course yet. So let's keep this thing rolling. The pandemic set in and esports suddenly took front and center stage as conventional sports scrambled to find solutions. Gamers were now playing their tournaments online. So let's zone in on Evil Genius's Counter-Strike. North American Counter-Strikes had mostly made up their mind on which team to cheer for. It was Team Liquid, and there was no way that the corporate branding of Evil Geniuses is going to entice any Counter-Strike gamers. Esports fans are a lot more personal with their organizations. Like, for Christ's sake, look at the branding for organization DSG. For fans, a literal Microsoft Paint drawing is more personable to a gamer than whatever branding agency built this logo. So the second half of 2020 was pretty damning for Evil Genius's Counter-Strike. The roster wasn't putting up results in North America anymore. On their excursions to Europe, this happened.
All rest in the hands of the Caesar. We just got taken out. Taps through. Forrester off with space.
Evil Geniuses were just taking a nosedive. Breezy was once a ridiculous superstar fragger, was no longer. And Cirque fell off a cliff. Reportedly ugly contract negotiations with Evil Geniuses were impacting the team's performance. In lieu of these stupid contract negotiations, in February of 2021, Ethan would leave Evil Geniuses to join 100 Thieves Valorant. He switched games. Ethan was a literal top 20 player in the world, by the way. But when you're basically on the verge of losing your job, go ahead and take your services elsewhere. Then shortly after, in what would be probably one of the best career decisions you could ever make, Tarek would retire from competition. Hi, Tarek. These two left an organization that would just never recover. And so begins. From being the face of North American Counter-Strike to falling off the face of the earth. Welcome to the worst esports experiment ever. Hey, gamer. Yes, you, gamer. And if you aren't a gamer, it's okay. You can be one just for the segment. Afraid that you're a North American Counter-Strike player that might get signed to Evil Geniuses? Don't worry. You can take safety in Arena Breakout Infinite, a free-to-play... Alright, speaking of sellouts, EG in 2020 would undergo another rebrand since they already realized that annihilating your legacy in esports doesn't go well with your already dwindling fan base. Nobody was wearing this merch, I'm telling you that. And went to a more modernized version of the old logo. This logo doesn't really have the same gamer luster, and it didn't really evoke anything in me, but fine, fuck it. Evil Geniuses in 2021 were categorically a burning bonfire of money as they placed last in all of their partner leagues. The organization would place dead last in ESL Pro League Season 13, Season 14, Season 15, and Season 17, and have their partner slot reviewed for relegation. In 2022, wielding their massive wallets that they got from out of thin air, like, who's giving these people money? They signed the North American Nostalgia roster, consisting of the North American major winning core, the GOATs, the people who are supposed to drive all the fans back to Evil Geniuses, of Stewie 2K, Automatic, Rush, and their two demotivated superstars, sprees in Cirque. There is no doubt that Evil Geniuses just lit another stack of cash on fire to sign these players. This only got more bad PR as an altercation, which would become dubbed the Starbucks incident, would go down. Stewie 2K was notoriously a very powerful personality on his team, and his leadership style would be criticized by his coach, Damian Malik Marcel. Malik offered Stewie to go to Starbucks to try and resolve said issues over the table, but Stewie then refused to go because he thought there wasn't a real issue here, which led to a very antagonistic working environment between Stewie and his coach. A bunch of hearsay later, and Evil Genius's Counter-Strike division went back to the drawing board after missing the major and basically imploding 3 months later. Great stuff. Magnificent. So, Evil Geniuses reconvene at the table. Do we continue going into Counter-Strike after we have just been complete garbage for the last 2 years? They labor, they go to the whiteboard, and they discuss. But the question is not how we are going to make a good Counter-Strike team. It's how are we going to burn as much money as possible. For context, in League of Legends, Evil Geniuses are actually doing extremely well because they may or may not have been mentally abusing one of their players. It is to be noted that Evil Geniuses had 2 separate practice squads competing in North America's Academy League. So Nicole was like, how about we save our failing Counter-Strike team by doing the exact same thing in a completely different game with a completely different circuit. I love business people. Evil Genius's esports division decided to concoct what is probably the most ridiculous, not just esports, but sports experiment ever. Like, I understand, you have feeder teams, you have practice squads. Evil Geniuses would sign 15 players in what would be dubbed the Blueprint Project. Evil Geniuses would sign 2 notable organizationless North American Counter-Strike teams, Party Astronauts and Carpe Diem. There's no shame to these players. If someone walks up to you and offers you a bag of money, you take it. But they weren't like prodigies or anything to say of that sort. They had been competing in the North American circuit for multiple years up to this point, and while the hope was to build up these players, it was mostly a lukewarm operation. They'd go underneath the tag of EG Black and EG White. Evil Genius's business model was that of a black hole, but instead of sucking in light, it takes money from investors' pockets and gives it to North American Counter-Strike players. I mean, as a North American Counter-Strike fan, hell yeah, brother. In the meantime, the main team was trying to rebuild after the Starbucks incident. They attempted to sign 2 European players, Kazakh IGL, Nealon, which, according to him, was the most unexpected thing in his career to be offered to join Evil Geniuses, and then French prodigy rifler, Masuda. Okay, so problem, 8 days later after this report came out, Masuda signed to Falcons. Evil Geniuses management effed it up. So, right off the bat, they would have to promote a player from their Blueprint project, Hex, to join the main team. They would rock up to their mandatory Blast Premier groups and get eliminated in last place without a single win. They would be at ESL Pro League, where they would actually go 2-3, but not before they couldn't take a single map off of a top 15 team, and they wouldn't make playoffs.
To do against their North American, I guess, rivals, and certainly in this group, but certainly in terms of region. One there, yeah. No, not so much yet in terms of ability.
However, they'd qualify to the 2022 Rio Major, and guess who was there?
Side. Of course.
We're jumping back into the IEM Road to Rio Americas, and we have a qualifying best of 3 on our cards. Evil Geniuses and 9Z are both 2-0, both pulling upsets, and they find themselves in a position to make themselves to Rio with a win right here. He's inside of A main. How much noise is Max gonna make? A lot. Oh, he's gonna stomp. Automatic knows pre-fire is there. 2 versus 4. 9Z, not like this. It's only NQZ. The 17-year-old has to make a 1v4 happen and get that bomb planted in 10 seconds. Out in the open. Who else but Hex to do it? It's EG. They're off to Rio.
Of course.
Well, get excited as they'd exit the Rio Major 1-3. So, what was going on with those other 10 players other than the main team? Well, locally in North America, they'd be competing, but it felt so redundant looking in from the outside, as these rosters had hardly any tournaments to compete in. EG Black would be competing in the regional league of ESL Challenger with some shakier rules, because the whole point of ECL was to qualify for ESL Pro League. But their main team is already automatically invited. So if EG Black does well, they would automatically forfeit the spot. So it didn't really even make sense to be here. So while EG Black was doing that, EG White existed for 9 months. They would play a total of 7 organized tournaments total. The players didn't mind it. They knew what they were getting into when they signed these contracts, but it just doesn't make managerial sense. Evil Geniuses became the punching bag of esports.
Things you would not hear at an EG bootcamp.
Guys, I think this season's going to be fine. I've spoken to the management. I'm going to put out a series of tweets that's really going to put us in a strong position this year. Everything's probably going to be fine.
Hey, it sure is getting cold in here. Anybody got any more money we can burn?
Nah, that would seriously, be... guys, I think if we just add 14 more players, I reckon we're onto something.
Okay, guys, I'd like to introduce a new member to our staff. It's Kassad.
But we have one more character in this Evil Geniuses story. A great pundit. He goes in for some jokes. His name is Kassad. He's a coach formerly, and now a broadcast analyst and team manager of, you know, he's had some drama lately. But he is Evil Geniuses' biggest hater. He is leading the pitchforks and torches against this organization. We will touch back on Kassad in just a little bit. But wait, they actually started to put up a result? In their opening best of 3 of 2023, Evil Geniuses Counter-Strike face off against world #1 Heroic at Blast Premier Spring Groups. And they defeat them 2-1.
Close. Yeah, he's got him boxed in, and that's real important. Walking in slowly, Cadian nearly getting shut down on the escape. He has no idea, and this time we're not lying. It's EG bringing down Heroic. It took a round extra, but they've done it.
Evil Geniuses management start to chirp about their big win, especially one EG staff member, GamerDoc. We just took the #1 ranked team in the world, and all the casters can think to say is Heroic didn't show up.
Correct!
We clawed our way back from 217th in the world by building a talent pipeline the whole scene memed on.
Correct!
Step out of the echo chamber and pay attention. Anyways, the next day they would get their shit absolutely rocked by Team Vitality, getting 16-11 and then losing 16-1.
Oh my god.
Lower bracket, they rematch versus Heroic, where, you guessed it, lightning does not strike twice. After winning map 1 16-9, they win 7 more rounds for the rest of the entire series. And then, as a cherry on top, they go to the knockout bracket, where they face off against NA rivals team Complexity. They lose to another North American team.
Cancel out that AK. Wiz on the other side, 1 versus 4. They know where he is, and they will be able to take him down. Complexity, 16 rounds as they finally bring down EG.
At ESL Pro League Season 17, they would proceed to go 0-3. So EG arrived in Monterrey, Mexico for the Blast Paris Major RMR to attempt to qualify to the last CSGO Major. This is by far the most important tournament. EG aren't even supposed to be here. It all starts in February. Kassad issues the challenge to all North American teams. It's the Kassad Grand Slam. $1,000 to whoever can eliminate Evil Geniuses from major contention, to rid North America of, in his mind, incompetence. They lose their opening best of 1 to a literal face-it pug team named Yer, because remember, Evil Geniuses management are paying exorbitant salaries for some of their tenured players. To lose to a team, you can't even call it a team. It's more a collection of players. This team formed solely for the RMR and nothing else. Well, that kind of speaks for itself. EG proceed through the tournament, but then lose to MIBR 0-2 putting them in the 3-2 bracket. Since there are only 7 slots available, this puts them in a decider match versus Brazilian squad, Team 1. This squad back then had Malbs MD. He now plays for G2 Esports. He goes, these days, by the doctor. Let the young gun give Evil Geniuses a bit of brain surgery with a 1.57 rating and eliminating EG from major contention. It also feels pretty nice to be the winners of the Kasad Grand Slam. But unfortunately for the haters around the globe, Evil Geniuses get granted a lifeline. Underdog NA Team Detonate have a player who is undergoing a medical emergency and have to withdraw from the tournament. So, following tournament guidelines, Evil Geniuses get called up for the RMR. So, in Mexico, they score an opening win versus Imperial. Then, in a best-of-1, falter to Furia, a far better team than Evil Geniuses. And in an elimination best-of-3 versus Paqueta, a team that is filled with aging leaders and far inexperienced young guns.
Confident in it, Yell with the next. Now it's all onto Wiz, and Wiz overwhelmed, down to 2 HP, out of there! Paqueta have done it again, battling back from a map deficit the whole series.
They lose 2-1. They got resurrected, only to blow it again. Anyways, I suppose EG would do it okay in other esports. By the way, they recreated the Blueprint project in Valorant by having a practice squad for themselves. It turned out to accidentally work as they win Valorant Champions in 2023. And then proceed to release the worst winning merchandise you've ever seen. Like, bro, they just reposted their Twitter graphic and put it on a t-shirt, man. The running joke even in the Valorant community is how little fans they have. People are only a fan of the players and definitely not a fan of Evil Geniuses. Wow, if you kept your legendary branding that has so much ethos in the early eras of your esports journey and really championed excellence like you did in the past, maybe you would actually retain a little bit of your fan base, huh? I mean, name any business takeover of your favorite intellectual property and see how it's actually been good to its current fan base. Well, folks, thank God it's all over. Evil Geniuses in 2023 put their Counter-Strike operations on hold. Nicole LaPointe Jameson resigned. She brought Evil Geniuses so many steps forward, but like a meteor in the atmosphere, burned down into nothing. EG were downsizing. They removed their Counter-Strike roster, sold their League of Legends franchise slot, and basically ran a skeleton crew to keep their Valorant team alive. Yes, they won Valorant's biggest tournament and were failing to stay afloat. And so, esports' most ridiculous experiment ended. Chris de Apollonia would step in as interim CEO and then official CEO, and has been running a skeleton crew at the organization while still trying to complete their deliverables. Quickly, after taking the wheel back, Evil Geniuses made one redeeming decision. They brought back the old look. They have a shred of decent branding in Valorant, where the most successful female competitor in esports ever, Valorant Coach Potter, holds the torch high for the organization. Everything has kind of gone full circle, while Evil Geniuses is once again back to just floating along the esports river while operating a skeleton crew, trying to keep the lights on. The more things change, the more they stay the same. The moral of the story? I have no idea. Thanks
and
for
get
watching.
that bomb planted in 10 seconds. Out in the open. Who else but Hex to do it? It's EG. They're off to Rio.
Counter-Strike is a 25-year-old esport. Has had great games, great moments, great jokes. Within these moments have been great maps of Counter-Strike. Take Subi2K's B-side hold, the defining moment of Counter-Strike esports.
But it's no more play! Stewie's won the round! We're going to overtime!
I think many can consider that to be the greatest map of Counter-Strike ever played. But that was just one map. So what's a game where all 5 maps are so memorable, where the story is just so good that you cannot miss it? What is the greatest match of Counter-Strike? Well, in my opinion, the story starts here. Say hello to the GOAT of Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
Simple.
This guy, in the span of 5 years, was ranked World number 1, World number 1, World number 2, World number 2, and World number 1. He has crafted perhaps the most viewed Counter-Strike esports clip ever. Oh, and he's done it a couple of times, too. And if that hasn't helped you, he is the highest rated player versus top 5 opponents in Counter-Strike history. If you somehow haven't met him yet, this is simple. In 2021, his team Na'Vi have had a chokehold on Counter-Strike. Not only securing Counter-Strike's biggest event of the year, the freaking Major, its World Championship, but then annihilating the rest of the calendar. In 2021, Simple would stamp in the most dominant year of Counter-Strike to that point, a 1.35 rating. There is no question, he is the GOAT. 2022 leads off with IEM Katowice, one of Counter-Strike's most important tournaments of the year, and is the season opener that Simple wants. Na'Vi are on the verge of claiming a dynasty in Counter-Strike, but Na'Vi's tournament starts very ugly. They do escape groups 3-0, undefeated, but had to grit their teeth versus lower-ranked opposition, and this team called FaZe Clan. The founding fathers of the Call of Duty trickshot have been one of the best teams in Counter-Strike. Most well known for choking a 15-11 lead to Cloud9, giving North America their one and only major championship, they've built a couple super teams in the past. And this year, they've gone and done it again, taking franchise players ROPS his last name is literally Cool. He's actually Mr. Cool. And Twist.
Gone as well. And Twist in the corner. There should be no way out. My God! Brown, absolutely godlike!
FaZe Clan have just added 2 of the best players in the world. In the group stage, Simple and Friends, also known as Na'Vi, will just barely pass them in an overtime affair. Na'Vi make the semi-finals where they match up versus G2, who in the offseason also picked up franchise talent. Dude, like, why do these people want to spend an insane amount of money all of a sudden now? Like, why can't we just be the best team in the world? Leave us alone. This matchup has kind of shown that the rest of Counter-Strike has caught up to Na'Vi.
On Catwalk, finds the timing, 8 seconds. If he can drop the bomb, it'd be everything. But it travels into the site. 1-on-2 from Odyssey now.
It's sacrificial. Gives his position away. He wants Odyssey's end gone. But this man, oh, the Shepherd staff takes down the GOAT. And he takes Simple out of the round to give it to G2.
For the first time in 6 months, they were actually outmatched. Having to fight back from multiple deficits, the Simple show was not enough to take down G2. So who won the tournament? Hi, FaZe Clan.
Hello, FaZe Clan.
The franchise-defining players are doing franchise-defining things.
But that's crumbling as well.
Ops is in a huge amount of trouble. He's going to try and take matters into his own hands. Couldn't find the second shot fast enough, but Jax, he drops in. Oh, talk about it.
So, the next event, Na'Vi obliterate their group. All 5 players are all 5 pieces of Exodia, as every team they face, with the exception of Astralis for some reason, get blasted to smithereens. 5-0 out of groups. Hasta la vista. They make it into playoffs. Hi, FaZe Clan.
This one's blown up in the face of Na'Vi. FaZe.
Come on, Simple!
Push their way to the semifinal.
Na'Vi go out in 5th to 8th place. But Na'Vi have one more chance to strike it rich at Counter-Strike glory. Like, look, even Astralis might exit a tournament in not first place. But when it comes to the Major, the World Championship, everyone can step up. And they do. Na'Vi erase the group stage. They power through playoffs. Down goes Heroic. Down goes Ents. Who do they meet? Hi, FaZe Clan.
Hello, FaZe Clan.
Mr. President, a 28-year-old is putting on a life game performance.
Today, we thought it was impossible. Smoke, but he might just use his weapon. They're ready, but so is he. Rain! That is absolute.
It's all Hello, FaZe Clan.
FaZe are 4 incredible players backed up by Counter-Strike's greatest captain, Finn Kerrigan Anderson. And it turns out that the team can take down the single Titan. In the grand final, Simple gets his worst LAN rating in 30 months. For this one time, it wasn't Simple leading the charge. Any chances at a true dynasty and an era winning back-to-back world championships, fizzled right in front of them. And out of Navi's misfortune, FaZe Clan are on the warpath for their very own dynasty. See, this era of Counter-Strike's a little odd, because Counter-Strike as an esport is one that was packed with dynasties. The Ninjas and Pajamas had their 87-0 win streak, Fnatic claimed 3 major titles in 3 years, the Brazilian Storm of SK Gaming won 2 back-to-back majors, and the literal invincibility of Astralis all spanned between 2013 and 2019. But recently, Counter-Strike has lost that. There was no villain to cheer against. The playing field was equal. Teams were in constant flux, arms racing. Just when you see Simple put on the craziest individual year in Counter-Strike history, oh look, FaZe Clan have 4 nukes on their team. FaZe are dynasty bound. They've collected every meaningful tournament from January to May. So what is the next step? The Blast Premier Spring Final is another top-tier event. FaZe and Na'Vi start off in separate groups, but both teams find themselves getting upset. Fortunately, both teams scoop up wins in their elimination games and advance to the playoffs where they match up versus each other. Guys, FaZe Clan is taking on Na'Vi in the quarterfinals. Na'Vi, since losing the major, have been looking a little rough. The solution to this? How about the GOAT puts in a bit more hustle?
And losing fed track rounds of the over to something into the number 1 team in the world. Tension take towards the wrap side. Nice, kind of blind. Oh no, Dad, you're just care. Smoke as much as you did. You really want to.
The time ring goes down though. Teammate team to 1.
Simple would unleash his highest rating ever versus a top 5 team. A 2.29 rating. Na'Vi would steamroll the rest of the tournament. In a world of dynasties, there have hardly been rivalries. Fnatic and the Ninjas in Pajamas in their span of time have matched up over 70 times. That's considered the El Clasico of Counter-Strike. Every other rivalry hasn't really carried that same weight. Astralis versus Liquid doesn't count. Astralis kicked their ass every time. Simple, to the time of recording this...
It's not that. It's just gave us the card and I realized I didn't even got it back yet. EA Sports.
Video would log 89 maps versus FaZe Clan. It was a rivalry so good, it created the greatest match in Counter-Strike history. IEM Cologne is a yearly tournament to where, if it's not the major, is the trophy to lift in Counter-Strike. It's a trophy that has been claimed by every great Counter-Strike player to play the game, including Simple. Twice. For Simple, time is running out. It has been nearly a year since he claimed Counter-Strike's highest accolade. And is it time for FaZe Clan, an organization that has been millimeters from glory and so many iterations of super teams? Is this their golden era? FaZe Clan plowed through their group, not dropping a single map in the process. In Na'Vi fashion, they have to grind their teeth against weaker opposition. But the biggest notable point is that Simple has teammates. And on the other side, FaZe Clan are busy mauling
What do I even do?
All of their opponents. But in FaZe Clan's style, every map is close. Despite this, FaZe are indisputably world number 1. All they need to do is check the box to beat the team they've needed to beat every time they go for victory. To take down the GOAT. They must do it once more here in a best of 5 at IEM Cologne. But what is a best of 5?
Tao đá mày liền nha.
Well, normally Counter-Strike games are in a best of 3. Best of 5s are really the ultimate test of a team, however. You have to play every map in Counter-Strike. It tests the full breadth of your team's depth. That's a tongue twister. No more relying on gimmicky strategies and pocket picks. You have to win 3 maps. And this is not to forget that Counter-Strike maps are long and arduous. Sometimes games last over an hour. It's not just a test of strategy, it's a test of endurance and attrition. All that being said, welcome to the greatest Counter-Strike match ever played. And to start off this game, I will let you enjoy the first of 148 rounds. Don't worry, while it's great, I'm not going to make you watch all 148 of them.
About to be deployed here. That's a lot of nades in the sky. Still, no one spotted. First contact. Smoke's actually into the pit. SDY's blind as well. He needs to reposition. He's not allowed to. A quick flick from Twist Glock, and he's not done. One more to find on the site, and it's Twists again. Arrives in style. It's not to be.
The game starts as a roller coaster. Just when you think disadvantaged pistols could steal the round, FaZe wrangle it back and secure 2-0. And just when you think Simple's got a surprise pistol performance in another disadvantaged round for Na'Vi, the grenade says otherwise.
Potentially made from Robs again. He rights the ship.
Round 4 contains the first gun round of the map, and Simple looks like he powers yet another round in the 3v3. but hesitation from Na'Vi in a retake gives FaZe an easy fourth.
Down in half, and that's another one for Twists. Alive now, and a kick in. Nice frags out of SDY.
Needs to get on it, needs to get on it. There's no time for this at all.
Robs, a headshot as well for good measure.
But Na'Vi still have a purchase with a saved AWP. The next round results in an A-site retake when they get given a freebie by Kerrigan. But FaZe shut them down in another disadvantage where Twist cuts them down with a scythe.
Crossfire established, a great headshot. Oh, and another hunting heads is Twist's only one and traded as FaZe.
I hope you understand the nature of FaZe Clan Counter-Strike. You cannot predict how any round is going to end, for better or for worse.
Spotted. FaZe starting to choke him out. It's Simple though, who does give us something to talk about. Oh! Another headshot, and he does it. Simple's D.
And look, you look at this clip back and you say, that's never gonna happen. He's so lucky. But you have to ask yourself how one man gets so lucky in so many moments in his career. FaZe's finances are broken and then they get bulldozed. Na'Vi collect momentum, they stonewall a gun round, they swat aside the pistols, but in round 10, Na'Vi overheat. Simple swings before a flashbang pops in what could have been a guaranteed double kill and an easy round win. That leaves the pit player Electronic to serve up a highlight.
Do start to choke them out. Electronic has to be a hero here, and still two of them finding it. But he has the bomb. What an adjustment!
But this is what makes FaZe versus Na'Vi so damn entertaining.
Snaps into Kerrigan. It should have been one and done, but Electronic finally falls. And FaZe, knocks the head.
Despite that, the next round is a blowout. FaZe were up 5-0, now it's 6-6. FaZe Clan are falling into a tailspin right now. Their executes are flat-footed. It is clear that one team is more locked in and in fluidity, while FaZe Clan need magic to win every round. The half ends at 9-6. And then side swap. But half 2 leads with a pistol round and easy conversion for FaZe Clan. So there's a long-standing debate in Counter-Strike, like those kids around the table discussing Fortnite. In a financial pinch, do you give your best player a rifle? Or do you let him use a Desert Eagle instead? Because he might just be as good on the Deagle.
Shot, they can't finish him, running him down at a quick dig.
Na'Vi take this and masterfully strike a timing to crunch the A site. In the next round, Na'Vi pushed through onto B in a 4v4 retake. The map Inferno has some of the most impossible bomb sites to retake. Teams have to push through tight choke points into headshot angles and infinite crossfires in order to retake.
On the push, this is so last minute, this is so late. Just pushing in, they need to win every duel. Na'Vi established, strong.
Na'Vi are up 12-8. But do not forget that you are playing FaZe Clan. It's suddenly 12-11. Rops is in the pit position on the A site. I will let this round speak for itself.
Bad, needs one, it's the bomb carrier. Perfect, perfect from Rops. Target selection, and just with a second to spare, that bomb will go down. Electronic on the jiggle, Rain across the line, crosshair away, and it's Rain to tie us up. He knows what he's doing.
It's 12-all, and FaZe Clan are in a tough situation, 3 versus 4. And they take a gamble.
No way, no way. Low, turns around, Perfecto, gone, they're all there! Rocky shatters Na'Vi in one magazine!
Oh my god, a 3-player lineup. Na'Vi are a tactical and methodical team who have the best weaponry in Counter-Strike. They are a Counter-Strike machine, courtesy of one of Counter-Strike's greatest coaches, Blade. And they're getting bested by a Counter-Strike hot rod. 32-year-old legend Kerrigan is playing like a 23-year-old. Unk still got it.
Tries his luck, he's going for 3!
Gone are the days of methodical protocols and throwing nades down and whatever. The best team in the world is the one who runs at their opponents the fastest.
The frag, bit down, holds down, mouse one, Kerrigan as well. They get the openings, but here comes Perfecto to sweep him under the rug. Rain, stubborn, caught now, it's Perfecto. Perfecto demanded to do it all. Well, we are closing out Inferno. FaZe remain undefeated. The first to the grand final. FaZe take their map pick.
And that was map 1. Don't worry, we'll cut out some of the BS. Map 2 is an utter back and forth. The half lands 8-7 necking. Want to see the most insane clutch of 2022? Twists is in a corner. Na'Vi know where he is, and they need to defuse the bomb. Me explaining this moment doesn't really do it any more justice than I'm already saying. All I'm gonna lead you with is that Russell Van Dolken is a very good Counter-Strike player.
The sound is there, the spray is too. He's got a second AK, and he hits Bin off the bomb. They have to run him down. Simple's posted. Twist, you've got no hope. No way! Magic from Van Dolken!
The problem is that despite FaZe Clan finding new ways to win rounds at every turn, the machine of Counter-Strike is deadly consistent.
They're undefeated in maps. He spotted Simple with a big one on terrain.
But look, FaZe crumbling, run down. A half by Na'Vi haven't taken a single point of damage. Look at this.
And unfortunately, Simple has decided that he's gonna win this game.
Thinking on his feet and on bit 10.
And there's another one to be plucked. Trying to.
Na'Vi have slung it back with 7 rounds.
Oh my god, the fucking
rounds in a row. And this is where FaZe Clan try to channel a moment. Simple is out of the picture. He will end this game on 25 kills. Young Perfecto is the rock of Na'Vi. He's never had the best statistics or star power. He got magically called up to Na'Vi when he was just 20 years old to replace one of the best offers of all time, Guardian. And with ZipX, the clutch minister, pretty irrelevant at this point, someone's gotta take that title.
Gets safe passage for the plant, still Perfecto stubborn. He wants to end it here, and now 2-on-2. Grouped onto Carrigan, good info, good connection, and it falls to Brokey to force us into the 30th round. Or can Perfecto close? He's quite the clutcher, low HP, he did it once. Could he possibly do it again, Brokey? Cool keeps his cool.
Is there time? Is there time?
I think there is. I think there is, Chad. Again. Again. Oh! He does it. Such low HP, and it doesn't matter who you are, Perfecto.
Welcome to a game of epic proportions. Map 3 is Ancient, and Na'Vi pick up the pistol round. They are up 1-0. Na'Vi pick up the second pistol round. They are up 13-3. What the fuck happened? Well, unfortunately for FaZe, Perfecto and Electronic could not stop multi-killing on every single site hole. And Simple was going for knives in the grand final. Even the very few rounds that FaZe won were because of miracles. This could have been even worse. And it gets worse. The score is now 15-4. Na'Vi are gonna hand FaZe their second spanking of the year. A weird stat line for FaZe, they are the team who lose the most. Electronic could not stop multi-killing on every single site hole. And Simple was going for knives in the grand final. Even the very few rounds that FaZe won were because of miracles. This could have been even worse. And it gets worse. The score is now 15-4. Na'Vi are gonna hand FaZe their second spanking of the year. A weird stat line for FaZe, they are the team who lose the most when they win. For reference, in the first 6 months of 2022, Natus Vincer had a 56.8 round win percentage. They won 56.8% of their rounds. Na'Vi won 0 events in the first 6 months of 2022. In comparison, FaZe Clan have a 53 round win percentage and won 3 events in this span. FaZe have been playing objectively worse than Na'Vi and are still winning tournaments. For percentage reference, FaZe Clan are closer to a team like Furia, one who didn't make a single grand final in this span, than a team like Na'Vi. And that's what makes this team part of every great Counter-Strike story. Kerrigan's leadership style has never been a strict playbook and system, but instead, in his own self-coined term, controlled chaos. Unpredictability is a weapon. Quick update, guys. The scoreline is 15-10, and this is typically when you start believing in a comeback. Oh, and the crowd does too.
And this is aggressive rain. Another opening for FaZe. Na'Vi just trying.
At this point, FaZe Clan have not allowed a single bomb plant to Na'Vi. They're getting annihilated here on Ancient. The plane can never get off the ground. The crowd and the energy, it feels like FaZe Clan are immovable. 4 years prior, Kerrigan faced the worst moment of his entire career, losing the Boston final with everything set up for success. Now, he has the chance to be on the other side of that, to win.
There's no smoke. Brokey just has to click, and we're going to overtime. The grand final delivers in grandiose proportions. I truly cannot believe the Counter-Strike we are being given, Chad. This is
FaZe Clan host 11 rounds in a row. We're going to overtime. Somehow, as the scoreline hits 15-15, the pressure lifts from Na'Vi. The tilt is off, and FaZe's momentum gets cut short. SDY, a fucking stand-in, does this.
Second T round in overtime, and watch this one back. This stack, perfect. This is what you need from SDY.
He is alone in.
There's finally an individual moment for Na'Vi. So FaZe Clan take this and run at them.
What is he up to? What is that? Into Perfecto with a quick slap, and Lane's right there too. And a convincing round, completely smashing Na'Vi.
Despite this, FaZe are down heavy. They have to swap sides and make it happen on a T side that definitely didn't love them. Despite Kerrigan putting on absolute cinema in regulation, it doesn't happen. FaZe Clan lose 19-16.
Oh my god.
FaZe stood in their way from etching Counter-Strike history. It's time for Na'Vi to stand in theirs. God, I love rivalries. Map 4 of Mirage is an odd map for Na'Vi, especially as they struggled versus Astralis on this map. And to be fair, Mirage is a map for an aim star. FaZe Clan have 4 of them. But despite this, it's a strong start for Na'Vi, and round 4 is explosive. They blast through connector. FaZe are in tough positions. It doesn't matter.
Brave check full on this A site.
Na'Vi are getting pulverized. Twist is farming multi-kills, and Brokey is not missing. Blade, as of 2025, is in contention for the best coach ever. But in this match, he has his playbook tossed out of his hands and into a shredder. Na'Vi are down 10-5 at the half, and there is no comeback this time. Mirage is a FaZe Clan signature for a reason. We are 5 hours deep into this match, and many fans would face fatigue, but not the Counter-Strike fans in the cathedral of Counter-Strike.
All the way, baby!
Welcome to the greatest map of Counter-Strike's greatest match. FaZe Clan versus Na'Vi in Map 5, Nuke. Some Die Young is a stand-in, and fortunately for Na'Vi, he also likes winning pistol rounds. And maybe a little more than that. He is 8-1, and Na'Vi are 5-0 up on the T side of Nuke, what is generally considered to be the unfavored side. And Nuke is a map that both these teams love to play. The win condition for FaZe Clan is the 28-year-old Rain. He is definitively the best Nuke defender in the world. He's taking on the hand of the king, Electronic, in these outside duels, essentially every round. It will be constant mind games between these two experienced veterans, who can throw rock to scissors at the perfect moment. And in round 8, Rain makes a power play running through the smoke.
Back foot now, off kilter, Rain, stable! As ever, for the first two, it's still Twist with the one. Into the top side, Electronic handed a clutch, and he fancies his chances. Brokey with a cancellation.
So remember how we talked about the Socratic debate of who gets the AK? Well, Na'Vi give one to Simple. Hi there. Simple is in a 1 versus 2.
And now on the vent, Simple in the clutch. Holding it down, Simple does it for Na'Vi.
This is how he earns his paycheck. But that doesn't slow down FaZe. They are saturating Na'Vi from punches coming from all different sides. It's controlled chaos from FaZe Clan. The next round are hard stomps. FaZe have their momentum. Even Kerrigan is putting up multi-kills. So, another Socratic debate here from Na'Vi. This round, Electronic doesn't even fight Rain. Instead, he fights Rops.
Turn to Simple with the AK. Rops is addressing this one, and he can't go down. Electronic eliminates him.
A double kill from Electronic forces a save, and Na'Vi gets 7 T-side rounds. The next call for Na'Vi is a fast secret rush. But then for the rest of the round, FaZe just miss. A Kerrigan triple will keep the half as close as possible. But 8 rounds on Nuke T-side for Na'Vi is better than anything they could dream of. But I do not think FaZe Clan care about that. FaZe win the pistol. FaZe win the follow-up round. FaZe Clan take the lead and then one more. Depressingly for Simple, he's been missing on Nuke. Despite that impactful 1 versus 2, the output has been coming primarily from Electronic's aggressive rifling. And he takes another head-to-head versus Rain. But this one isn't free. They trade each other out 4 versus 4. On the offense, FaZe Clan keep up the misdirection. They cut off all information from outside, then fake event drop into a masterful entry kill from Twist. That is quickly answered by Simple. 3 versus 3. The vent on Nuke is one of the weirdest positions in Counter-Strike. An essential spot to quickly go to the B site, but if 1T holds it, he typically can stop all rotates. Notice how I just said typically.
Assault. And Professor,
oh,
the flash, he pulls it off!
Twist just goes for an aggressive play and he slays the GOAT while he isn't looking. It's a 2 versus 2. Then, Twist gets shot in the back. Brokey is in a 1 versus 2, and he closes his eyes and holds mouse 1. Jesus, take the wheel.
That's back. Brokey can extend it with the spray. It's SDY, it's Perfecto, and they melt! He smites them both, Brokey!
And Na'Vi has a problem. Simple is looking very mortal out there. He cannot let his team down again. Antwerp, he was totally lost. It cannot happen again.
From Perfecto, Twist bounds into the Sharks. Oh, he crunches up!
But hard truth, it is happening. FaZe Clan are up 13-9, and they set up their knockout punch. Twist delivers a monster entry. But remember, Na'Vi is not just simple anymore. They are a team.
SDY and a quick snap into the top hot player. Only SDY can stop them, and he does! Rain down hellfire!
Oh, he sees you. He sees you, Orion. He wants you, SDY.
13-10. Na'Vi power past the pistols. But if you wanted a reminder, this is not a good day for Simple.
And SDY.
Top fragging stand-in, SDY sets up for another multi-kill. Brokey is tossed in a 1 versus 2 clutch. He repositions into mini to wait for the defenders to start a defuse. And Na'Vi have no idea where he is. Bit starts to defuse and Simple decides to cover both Squeaky and Hut. Brokey is not being watched. He swings and he starts to spray. But he doesn't get a headshot.
Let's get it done. Just a second shy, and that's the effect of this arena.
Kerrigan turns up the dial. He's a speed demon down seeker. Kerrigan never stops moving. Adios, Electronic. And then Bit is the next one to be caught up in the pace as Rain just walks up ramp. Na'Vi have been making mistakes, and normally the guy who bails them out of these situations, the greatest player of all time, is not here. Other players must define themselves in this moment. So meet the modern day clutch minister, Perfecto.
Perfecto onto Kerrigan. This is madness. Boys, close it down. Twist another round. 1-on-1. Right down to the wire. Perfecto again and again. Perfecto. When they need him most, he closes.
It's 13-13 and a timeout is called by FaZe Clan. Simple in another round gets erased, but his backup is sensational. For the last 5 years, Na'Vi have been the Simple show. He's even talked trash on his teammates in interviews.
A few words, Simple, in terms of what Perfecto you think delivered this series. You feel like more consistent form showing up?
I don't think that he actually delivered.
The ego is real, but maybe it's deserved. The humbling feeling as he has to sit back and watch his teammates carry this brick to the finish line.
The wobbling now! Down. Electronic secures it. And Na'Vi take the lead from FaZe. Rip it out of their hands with 5 consecutive...
It's been 7 hours of combat. 14-13, and Na'Vi cannot afford to lose. The CT side economy is unstable. If they falter, they'll be on pistols for the rest of the game. However, if Na'Vi claim this round, they'll be on series point, and FaZe Clan will be on pistols. This looks like it favors Na'Vi. They have the momentum. They won 5 rounds in a row. They stonewalled every single wild play. FaZe Clan's chaos has been controlled. But finally, Kerrigan pulls out a playbook. He leafs through it and he tells Twist to just have at them. And Electronic underestimates his FaZe Clan opponent. He sees Twist top of the silo, but the last thing he expects is for Twist to make this play.
This is so smooth, so aggressive, unchecked, unscathed, into the sight. FaZe knock him for 6. Na'Vi evaporate.
Bit and Electronic hold onto their rifles. For round 29, they will have a purchase. Everything in this year. A dynasty denied, and in the place, another one built. Na'Vi can still exact revenge on FaZe Clan. Na'Vi call their final timeout. In response, they called the exact same strategy they ran in the previous. But this time, Electronic has pushed deep outside and is right beneath Twists. This is a perfect counter. It's the opening pick that Na'Vi needs to turn this game on its head and to shut down this FaZe Clan dynasty. To back this up, there's also 3 players ready to assist the A site. Na'Vi are completely set up for success. But meet FaZe Clan Magic. Welcome to a moment in Counter-Strike history.
This will be some time to find out the rat in the hole.
Do you consider that?
He did.
He sees him, and he slaps him down, back of the skull. Twist breaks Na'Vi's backs. In the dying stage stages of regulation as they're gone. 15. Twist, he just stands up and he tells no. Hesitance, apprehension, aggression. One from Simple, needs more from the heavens, and Robs has taken him down. Members of FaZe, they won't let this go. They will not go quietly. All of the rounds, all of the maps, and FaZe Clan complete the triple.
FaZe Clan have won everything important in Counter-Strike. It's where they peaked and where Na'Vi peaked. Because afterwards, FaZe and Na'Vi would struggle for results. Nodus Vincere would return to the Simple show, and FaZe Clan would get eliminated from major contention 0-3 to this channel's favorite team, the Bad News Eagles. But it felt like, for this one game, everything just came together to make this great. Best of fives are generally being phased out of tournaments. No pun intended. The community has been expressing their dislike for them. They're long and drawn out, sometimes lasting 6 to 7 hours. The viewer fatigue is real. However, some have made an argument to keep them because of this one best of 5 exception. That is the greatest match of Counter-Strike ever played.
Regulation as they're gone. 15.
It's 2017 in Sydney, Australia, and one of the most legendary games.
Trời má ơi, nó còn mở tay led nữa, mẹ ngu. Hồng quá.
In Counter-Strike history is happening right now.
Wow! Movement! Friend with that orb. Rich J goes down. And Nifty is coming up, absolutely!
It's the Nifty 50. This American op on a primarily Australian team is playing in front of a home crowd and delivering one of the most ridiculous individual performances Counter-Strike will ever see. This performance would define Noah Francis, aka Nifty's, entire Counter-Strike playing career. To give an example, just like how much defined it, you know when like Kanye West just says something like completely out of pocket and really stupid, but everyone kind of just decides to just like look the other way because he made graduation, guys. Nifty's playing mediocre? No, he did the Nifty 50. He's like the best player North American opper, bro. IGL is... Nifty would actually get his esports start in Call of Duty, where he would be enamored by the nade shots, the phase range, optic hex, and also specifically Envy's Hastro. Alright, I know he was playing in the background, but here's Nifty pulling off a 1 versus 3 against Hastro's Envy.
Just 20 seconds remaining. This is clutch time. He gets shut down. Nifty last alive.
What happens when a Counter-Strike pro is caught cheating? They've chosen video games as their full-time career, but when that career is built off a lie, what becomes of it? Are cheaters exiled forever, or are they given a second chance? Today, we're going to be looking at 3 high-profile cheating scandals and how exactly they played out, so let's not waste any more time. Emilio's a player back from the late 1.6 and early CSGO days, who made his name playing for teams like SK, Absolute Legends, and Team Property. One night on September 29th, 2014, a thread popped up on HLTV and Reddit that analyzed one of Emilio's demos from an open qualifier and claimed that he was using wall hacks. The responses to this post were kind of all over the place. Some were saying that this was a good catch, but others that this whole video was just idiotic. But then just 10 days later on October 9th, during a routine online match, Emilio gave us one of CSGO's funniest clips.
Just simple, on his own, lone wolf with the AWP. He's out in the Russian wilderness just sniping.
Did Emilio just get back banned?
What? What? No way. That's not that.
We'll assume that that's like some sort of error for now until we get any other confirmation. That is pretty funny.
Now, just to put it out there, a VAC ban doesn't always mean that someone was cheating. We all know how imperfect Valve anti-cheat is, and sometimes it can be set off by non-cheating software, and other pros have even gotten false positives before, so there was uncertainty about the validity of this ban. Immediately following this, Emilio of course said that, yeah, he's innocent and Valve is gonna prove it, but that story would quickly change. Emilio was swiftly kicked from Team Property, with his story now being that he lended one of his accounts to a friend, and it was the friend who cheated on it. He says he can't prove it, but that's what happened. And he admits that it was a very stupid thing to do, and he would never want to risk his career like this. But what if I told you that he already did risk his career like this? And I'm not even talking about the earlier accusation, I'm talking about something completely different. During all this drama, one of Emilio's old teammates came out of the woodworks to say that at the Copenhagen Games in 2012, Emilio was using a radar hack on LAN. Supposedly, he kept toggling it on and off despite how angry he was making his teammates with it, and he was constantly looking behind them to see when it was safe to turn on. Additionally, this supposedly wasn't a one-time thing, but instead part of a larger cheating tendency. Fragbite reached out to Emilio for his response to these further allegations, and while he didn't confirm or deny them, basically all he said was, hey, shut up, I beat you on LAN. As if that's supposed to sound tough when he supposedly has a record of cheating on LAN, so I don't get it. Emilio was very upset at the target he'd become and called the entire Counter-Strike scene a joke. For months, there was no more news about him, until February 2015 when Emilio admitted that he was cheating in matchmaking. So Emilio's story went from, no, I didn't cheat, I'm innocent, to, okay, my friend cheated on one of my accounts and the CSGO community is a piece of shit, to, yes, okay, I did cheat, but I didn't cheat in a professional game. But given his accusation history, just make of this what you will. The entire CSGO community collectively laughed at this clown for his words and actions, but after saying that yes, he was responsible for the VAC ban that he got, what exactly happened to Emilio? Did he disappear forever, or... Well, I gotta explain something first. So today, we have something called ESIC, the Esports Integrity Committee. Basically, they're an organization that investigates stuff and tries to keep the competitive scene honest. They work with basically every tournament today, so if they say that you are suspicious, you are not going to be allowed to play basically anywhere at all. We'll talk plenty more about them later, but they didn't exist yet in 2015. So at this time, yeah, getting a VAC ban did disqualify you from Valve's majors, but however other tournament organizers wanted to handle a VAC ban was entirely their own discretion. Despite being outed as a cheater, Emilio wanted to keep competing, but he was going to have a hard time finding any tournament that would allow him to play. In April 2015, he tried signing up for a Swedish LAN, but once they became aware of his VAC ban, they told him, yeah, no, go away. Eventually, a Cash Cup organizer popped up that didn't care about Emilio's cheating history, so he finally had something to compete in again. He was also able to form his own team called the Dream Chasers, but since this team would basically kill the career of anyone who joined it permanently, they had a different roster for basically every event. In 2017, ESL updated their rules so that VAC ban players could compete in their events if the ban was older than 2 years. This slightly broadened Emilio's scope, but really nothing changed. For years, the Dream Chasers only played in online cash cups, open qualifiers, and small Swedish lands, and their winnings in that entire time was just a few $1,000s. The team's biggest achievement came in 2017 when Emilio returned to the Copenhagen Games, the tournament that he supposedly cheated at 5 years prior. The Dream Chasers placed second and took home over $13,000 from this. I gotta say, Emilio doesn't have the most honest past, but I can't deny his persistence. In 2020, Emilio made the quick jump to Valorant, but wasn't able to find any success there, so he returned back to CSGO. Nowadays, it seems like he just streams on Twitch, and at a glance, it looks like he's successful at it, but honestly, I don't believe so. While I was writing this, I hung around his stream, but despite having over 100 concurrent viewers, in the span of an hour and a half, only 2 different people ever talked in chat. Now, I don't want to make any accusations, but I'm just gonna say that streamers with like 15 live viewers have more active chats than this. To try to be fair, I did only look at one stream. I tried looking at some past streams, but he's got those set to subscribers only, so fuck off. I am sure that you have heard the name Forsaken. In case you somehow haven't, I've already made a full video talking about this clown, so I don't want to repeat too much stuff. Forsaken was one of the players on Optic India, which had a very strange creation. Usually the formation of a new team is done behind closed doors, either with an organization reaching out to players or players talking to former teammates, but Optic wanted to do something totally different when they built this Indian CSGO team. Optic just put out an announcement saying, hey, we're building an Indian CSGO team and we're going to have public tryouts for it. Optic wanted the very, very best that India could offer, and open tryouts meant that anybody and everybody could sign up, regardless of their reputation or how little experience they have. You can probably see now how this became a problem. Optic completed the team in June 2018, and they had a few dominant months after that, but it all fell apart on October 19th. During a match at the $100,000 Zowie Extremes LAN, Optic India called a technical timeout so that one of their players could fix their monitor. During the timeout, one of the admins saw a folder on Forsaken's desktop that shouldn't have been there. And given that they already detected something extra on his hard drive, the admins now wanted to investigate his computer. But Forsaken refused to move aside. He fended off the admin as he scrambled to delete the folder, but the files were recovered anyway. The very inconspicuously named Word.exe files were not in fact Microsoft Word, but instead cheating software. This warranted immediate disqualification from Optic India, and Optic dropped the entire team the very same day. Over the next few days, the CSGO community relentlessly analyzed Forsaken's demos, and many more instances of cheating were found. Just a few days before the Zowie Extremes LAN, Optic India had won the ESL India Premiership, which was basically the biggest event in India, but Forsaken was also found to be cheating at this event, so the team was retroactively stripped of their title and disqualified. So what happened to Forsaken after all this? Well, he basically disappeared off the face of the earth. ESIC, that organization I mentioned earlier, gave Forsaken a 5-year ban for his cheating. They also tried contacting him to get his side of the story, you know, maybe he had a plea for leniency, but Forsaken never responded to them. Forsaken knew that his entire career had been built on a lie, and now that he'd been exposed as a cheat, there was no reason to stick around. Plus, the wave of hate he received was far larger than what Emilio received. With Emilio's cheating, yeah, he did get a VAC ban, but we don't exactly know in what capacity he cheated in pro matches. Plus, all that stuff took place from 2012 to 2014, so a lot of that stuff in video has just simply been lost to time. But with Forsaken, we have explicit video footage of him on LAN getting handsy with the admin the very moment he gets caught. And watching his demos, there's plenty of moments where his aimbot is laughably obvious. Forsaken got caught in 4K with all the receipts. And this scandal didn't take just Forsaken down. He brought down his teammates and the entire country of India. Usually when a player gets caught cheating, they're just removed from the team. But I've already mentioned how special building this Optic India team was. India had basically no Counter-Strike scene before Optic India, but Optic really wanted to build this team and be the pioneers of Counter-Strike in India. It was a massive business risk, but Optic wanted to take it, and Forsaken bit them in the ass. Like I said, Optic dropped the entire team after this cheater got exposed. So he cost his teammates their jobs and scared away any foreign investors that might have been thinking about Indian Counter-Strike. And would you believe me if I told you this wasn't the first time Forsaken got caught cheating either? In 2017, Forsaken was issued a 2-year ban from ESIC because it was found out that he owned a VAC banned account. Forsaken argued,
chill! More bans, what the fuck? Come on. Forsaken, shoot up straight, man. What the fuck?
against this by basically saying, yeah, that was my account, but I sold the account, so I wasn't the one who cheated on it. ESIC said that didn't matter as selling Steam accounts is not allowed in Valve's TOS, but they ended up reducing his ban anyway to just 6 months. And Forsaken repaid their good faith by going right back to cheating.
Wow.
That is a very common trend you see with cheaters. They
course.
never learn. With Emilio, he was supposedly already cheating in 2012 and didn't get caught until 2014, and then he was saying, oh, I'm innocent, I didn't do anything, which then became, oh, my friend did it. And then after he finally admits it, he started saying, hey, we all deserve a second chance. With Forsaken, he got caught with a backed account, and the story was, oh, it wasn't me. And then he started cheating again right when he got unbanned. And if you've seen this video of mine, then you'll remember that when that goober Emiya got banned last year, this wasn't his first ban either. He already had another Faceit account that he got perma-banned years earlier for cheating. These kinds of people, man, these cheaters, like, they simply never learn. They just keep cheating until they get caught, and then they start saying it's someone else's fault, and then they just start cheating again once they're free. There is no accountability or character development. These cheaters simply do not deserve a second chance, and no one exemplifies that more than this video's final example. It's 2023, and the long-standing Swedish teams like NIP and Fnatic have been on the decline for years now. But now for Sweden, there's a new hope. A new star that could lead the country back to glory, and a name that will become just as infamous as Forsaken. At just 18 years old, Joel was carrying his team of Godsent to big wins over teams like Big and Apex. He was far and away Godsent's best player, so it struck the whole community by surprise when Godsent benched him in May 2023. Some people were guessing this was just him being bought out by a bigger team, but others were saying that this was his past catching up with him, as Joel had supposedly been a serial scammer and stolen tens of thousands of dollars from people. Now, this is all rumor and I wasn't able to find any hard proof of it, but supposedly back when Joel landed his first contract with Galaxy Racer, he started scamming people on Facebook. He was only 16 years old at the time, but he would go into trading groups and talk to people about cash trades, and he would use his status as a pro player as a reason why he's trustworthy. So whatever poor soul he was talking to would send him their skin first, Joel would never pay them, and he'd just run off to gamble away the stolen skin. Again, this is all rumor, so I can't prove it, nor can I tell you exactly how much he stole, but people generally say it's around $100,000. This rumor had been circulating for a long time, so people thought that this benching was the consequences of the scamming finally catching up with him, and we'd have to wait 4 months after his benching to learn why he got benched. And in that time, more rumors started to spread. One that gained a lot of traction was that Joel was involved in match fixing, and on September 20th, 2023, this was confirmed to be true. The SIC had been investigating Joel for months now, and they found out that he had placed dozens of bets on pro matches, which is something that pros are not allowed to do in tournaments they're playing in, as well as bets on games that he himself was playing in, including betting against his own team. Joel was suspended from competition while ESIC continued their investigation, and when this information came out, Joel was not happy with ESIC at all. He called it an injustice and said they were accusing him of things he did not do, which doesn't make any sense at all. On November 30th, Joel put out a big wall of text talking about how he has a gambling addiction, which does suck to hear, but why would you even make the point that you struggle with this addiction while you're also saying that ESIC is lying about how you are betting? And to call this an injustice when like every tournament rulebook clearly states that players are not allowed to bet on any match in any capacity, I'm not buying it. We did get the news though that Joel would be unsuspended at the start of 2024. The reason being that yeah, while Joel did bet on matches he wasn't allowed to, and while he also did win money betting against his team, ESIC said that they found no conclusive evidence that he was throwing in that game, so they could
Vào tháng 2 năm 2021, một người dùng TikTok có tên là DJ Qna đã chia sẻ một loạt video khiến người xem trợn tóc gáy. Người đăng tải giải thích rằng anh đang một mình thi công sửa chữa trong một ngôi nhà bỏ trống và thường xuyên nghe thấy những tiếng bước chân bí ẩn cùng âm thanh lạ, đặc biệt là vào ban đêm. Quyết tâm tìm bằng chứng, anh bắt đầu quay video và những gì được ghi lại thực sự rất khó hiểu.
Pues siempre pasa cuando estoy aquí estoy solo en esta casa. Completamente solo, siempre que estoy solo, hay algo raro en este pasillo. Yo no lo entiendo, se lo he dicho a muchas personas y no lo entiendo y decidí grabar un TikTok. Cuando yo trabajo en esta área de acá, siempre que trabajo se escuchan pasos. Entonces, cuando me meto acá...
Trong đoạn video đầu tiên, khi anh đang trực tiếp nói với camera mô tả là những hiện tượng kỳ lạ mà mình đã trải qua, thì bất ngờ, tiếng bước chân rõ ràng và nặng nề vang lên từ tầng trên.
Se escucha que alguien camina arriba. Y está pasando aquí arribita. Está pasando arribita. Y no hay nada. Uy, qué pedo, güey.
Mặc dù ngay lập tức kiểm tra, nhưng anh không tìm thấy bất kỳ ai khác có mặt trong tòa nhà.
Y bueno, aquí está el pasillo, ventilas. Vengo acá hay un mueble que va a entrar en el baño que está ahí al fondo, que todavía no hay nada.
Sau đó, anh dẫn người xem đi một vòng căn nhà, chỉ ra nhiều căn phòng trống, các không gian khuất và thậm chí là một máy gác được che giấu, loại trừ hoàn toàn khả năng có người nào đó để ẩn náu bên trong.
Acá hay una puerta que lleva... Uy, güey, no abre. Ahí está. A una máquina, un calentón. Y por si decían que hay alguien viviendo acá, no creo.
Theo lời đồn địa phương, ngôi nhà từng là hiện trường của một bi kịch đau lòng. Một người phụ nữ được cho là đã qua đời trong một trong các phòng ngủ sau một thời gian dài chống chọi với bệnh tật. Sau cái chết của cô, người chồng đau buồn đã nhanh chóng bán lại ngôi nhà, làm tăng thêm cảm giác bất an. Người đăng tải video cho biết nhiều công nhân khác cũng tỏ ra quan ngại làm việc tại đây vì những trải nghiệm khó lý giải. Chuỗi sự kiện trùng rợn lên đến đỉnh điểm khi một trong những hiện tượng kỳ quái được camera ghi lại một cách rõ ràng, khiến người xem phải rùng mình.
Partes de la casa donde se escuchan cosas. Ay, güey. Ese se acaba de abrir ahorita.
Cánh cửa tủ đông chậm rãi mở ra hoàn toàn một cách tự động mà không có ai chạm vào.
Ay, güey.
Vậy rốt cuộc, điều gì đang ám ngôi nhà này? Liệu đó có phải là linh hồn còn vương vấn của người phụ nữ từng sống và qua đời tại đây, vẫn lặng lẽ lang thang nơi hành lang quen thuộc? Hay còn có thể là một thứ gì đó tối tăm hơn, bị mắc kẹt trong không gian này? Không phải vì quá đau buồn, mà là vì một lý do sâu xa hơn. Dù chưa có câu trả lời chắc chắn, nhưng những gì camera ghi lại khiến nhiều người tin rằng ngôi nhà này hoàn toàn không trống rỗng. Một bức ảnh tưởng chừng như bình thường, được chụp vào mùa hè năm 2011, đã khiến cộng đồng mạng xôn xao và tò mò sau khi nó được đăng tải trên Facebook. Bức ảnh được chụp tại một vùng quê ở miền Tây bang Oregon, Mỹ, cho thấy một nhóm các bé gái đang đứng bên một con suối. Nhưng điều trùng rợn nằm ở chi tiết xuất hiện một cô bé có vẻ ngoài ma quái, người được cho là chưa từng có mặt tại đây. Theo lời của người đăng ảnh, bức hình được chụp bằng điện thoại khi cô đang nghỉ hè tại khu đất hẻo lánh của ông bà mình. Hôm đó, chỉ có vài người có mặt: cô, một người bạn, mẹ của hai bé gái trong ảnh và cậu con trai 7 tuổi của cô, người đã từ chối tham gia chụp ảnh. Tuy nhiên, sau khi cô gửi bức ảnh qua tin nhắn cho bạn của mình, phản hồi lập tức được gửi lại. Cái người đó là ai vậy? Sự hoang mang tập trung vào một bé gái có làn da nhợt nhạt đang đứng gần một cái cây ở góc trái trên bức ảnh. Vẻ ngoài kỳ lạ của cô bé, nước da xám xịt, đôi mắt đen một cách bất thường, và tổng thể thì hình ảnh mờ nhòe, nổi bật lên hẳn so với những đứa trẻ còn lại vốn trông rất rõ ràng. Nhưng không ai có mặt hôm đó nhớ rằng có thêm bé gái đã xuất hiện. Người đăng tải bức ảnh khẳng định chắc nịch, cô bé ở góc trên bên trái không hề có mặt cùng chúng tôi. Chúng tôi không biết cô ấy là ai cả. Càng rùng rợn hơn khi người đăng chia sẻ rằng khu đất nơi chụp bức ảnh luôn mang lại cảm giác kỳ bí. Dù không có ghi chép nào về bi kịch từng xảy ra, nhưng cô và chị gái, cả hai đều đã lớn lên tại khu đất này, đã từng có những cơn ác mộng lặp đi lặp lại về một vài khu vực cụ thể trên mảnh đất đó. Và sau nhiều năm, khi quay trở lại địa điểm đó, mọi thứ vẫn như cũ, chỉ có điều là cái cây ấy không còn nữa. Việc cô bé bí ẩn có thực sự là một hồn ma hay không vẫn còn là điều gây tranh cãi. Nhưng đối với gia đình, những người có mặt ngày hôm đó và ngày càng nhiều người đang xem bức ảnh, sự xuất hiện không thể lý giải của cô bé vẫn khiến người ta ám ảnh, khó thể nào quên được. Một kênh YouTube mới đây đã chia sẻ một đoạn video trùng rợn khiến cộng đồng mạng xôn xao. Được cho là quay tại một địa điểm nào đó ở Nam Mỹ, đoạn clip nhanh chóng lan truyền và thu hút sự chú ý mạnh mẽ của dân cư mạng với hàng loạt lời đồn đoán. Trong video, một bé gái đang vô tư chơi đùa ở một quảng trường yên tĩnh của thị trấn. Mọi thứ tưởng chừng rất bình thường, cho đến khi một hiện tượng vô cùng kỳ lạ đã xảy ra, khiến không khí ngay lập tức trở nên u ám và lạnh gáy. Trong đoạn video, chiếc váy của bé gái bị kéo giật lại một cách rõ ràng bởi một lực vô hình đủ mạnh để khiến cô bé loạng choạng lùi về sau. Khoảnh khắc này khiến người xem không khỏi rùng mình. Phản ứng từ cộng đồng mạng đến rất nhanh. Nhiều người tin rằng đây là bằng chứng của một hiện tượng siêu nhiên, một linh hồn trêu đùa đã vô tình bị camera ghi lại. Tuy nhiên, những người hoài nghi lại đưa ra các giả thuyết hợp lý hơn. Có thể là một sợi dây câu mỏng không được nhìn thấy, hoặc đơn giản là một luồng gió bất ngờ làm váy bay theo cách kỳ lạ kia. Nhưng điều khiến đoạn clip trở nên khó lý giải hơn là không có bất kỳ dấu hiệu nào rõ ràng của trò lừa đảo. Không thấy dây cước, không có dấu vết chỉnh sửa, bé gái phản ứng rất tự nhiên, không hề diễn xuất. Điều này khiến người xem đặt ra câu hỏi liệu có phải một linh hồn tinh nghịch nào đó đã thoáng bước sang thế giới của chúng ta chỉ trong vài giây ngắn ngủi. Dù vẫn chưa có câu trả lời rõ ràng, nhưng đoạn video này tiếp tục làm dấy lên một cuộc tranh cãi không hồi kết giữa niềm tin vào thế giới tâm linh và lập luận khoa học. Ba người bạn đang tụ tập và quyết định nghịch thử bản cầu cơ, có lẽ chỉ vì chán hoặc tò mò. Ban đầu, mọi thứ có vẻ bình thường. Họ cười đùa, đặt câu hỏi, xem nó như một trò vô hại. Nhưng trong lúc buổi gọi hồn diễn ra, một điều kỳ lạ đã xuất hiện. Một con thú nhồi bông nằm gần đó đột nhiên tự động cử động. Không ai trong số họ nhận ra điều đó ngay lúc xảy ra. Nhưng cuối cùng, một người trong nhóm đã liếc sang và nhìn thấy nó. Vẻ mặt của họ ngay lập tức thay đổi. Từ đùa giỡn, họ chuyển sang rõ ràng là không thoải mái. Không phải con thú bông bị rơi hay bị ai đó làm đổ. Nó di chuyển theo cách khiến ai nhìn thấy cũng cảm thấy sợ hãi. Dù là gió, căng thẳng thần kinh hay điều gì khác thì không ai thực sự biết. Nhưng chính khoảnh khắc đó khiến cả buổi cầu cơ trở nên nặng nề hơn. Sau đó, nhiều người xem video cho rằng tốt nhất là đừng đùa giỡn với những thứ như bản cầu cơ. Ngay cả khi không có điều gì lớn lao xảy ra thì cảm giác khó chịu vẫn có thể bám theo sau đó. Vậy đó chỉ là sự trùng hợp hay họ đã vô tình mời thứ gì đó vào? Hãy cho tôi biết suy nghĩ của bạn. Một người dùng Reddit có tên là EFM4 gần đây đã chia sẻ một đoạn video trùng rợn ghi lại trong một cuộc điều tra về hiện tượng siêu nhiên tại một ngôi trường bị đồn là có ma. Anh ấy và bạn gái đã khám phá tòa nhà vào đêm khuya và quyết định thực hiện một buổi gọi hồn bằng thiết bị Spirit Box trong nhà thi đấu cũ. Không hề có một cơn gió nào, cửa sổ và cửa ra vào đều đóng kín. Không khí thì ẩm đến mức hơi nước ngưng tụ thành giọt trên sàn nhà. Khi đang quay phim, bạn gái anh bất ngờ nói rằng cô cảm thấy có thứ gì đó chạm vào tóc của mình, nhưng nghĩ lại có lẽ chỉ là một con bọ nên cô không để ý. Tuy nhiên, khi họ về nhà và xem lại đoạn video, họ đã phát hiện ra một điều gì đó cực kỳ bất thường.
Sorry. I think that was my hair or something.
Một lọn tóc của cô ấy đang hoàn toàn bất động, bỗng dưng giật sang một bên như thể có thứ gì đó vừa chạm vào. Không hề có nguyên nhân rõ ràng nào, và với độ ẩm cao vào đêm hôm đó, khả năng do tĩnh điện đã bị loại trừ. Chủ bài đăng khẳng định video không hề chỉnh sửa và nói rằng họ đã cố gắng kiểm tra mọi khả năng nhưng vẫn không thể lý giải được điều gì đã xảy ra. Vậy, điều gì thực sự đã chạm vào tóc của cô ấy? Có lẽ một thứ gì đó mà họ không thể nhìn thấy và đang cố gắng tiếp xúc với họ. Bạn nghĩ sao về điều này? Một nhà thám hiểm có tên là Mike đã mạo hiểm tiến sâu vào khu rừng rậm của Brazil để tìm kiếm một ngôi trường bị bỏ hoang. Theo lời đồn, nơi này có một quá khứ u ám và đến nay vẫn xảy ra nhiều hiện tượng kỳ lạ. Bị cuốn hút bởi câu chuyện, Mike bắt đầu cuộc tìm kiếm và sau một khoảng thời gian lang thang trong rừng, anh tình cờ phát hiện ra nó. Khi Mai tiếp tục khám phá ngôi trường, anh phát hiện ra những hình vẽ kỳ lạ trên sàn và thậm chí là cả một tờ áp phích tìm người mất tích. Càng đi sâu vào bên trong, cảm giác bất an càng lớn dần. Mai liên tục có cảm giác như có ai đó đang theo dõi mình, nhưng điều đó không khiến anh lùi bước. Anh vẫn tiếp tục khám phá từng ngóc ngách của ngôi trường, và thật sự, có lẽ anh không nên làm vậy. Những tiếng nói kỳ lạ bắt đầu vang lên khiến Mai rùng mình. Nhưng rồi, khi anh nhìn quanh một bức tường, anh phát hiện ra một thứ gì đó ở phía cuối hành lang. Một bóng đen bí ẩn hiện ra, và khi tăng độ sáng của video, chúng ta có thể thấy rõ ràng, đúng là có thứ gì đó hoặc ai đó đang đứng tại đây. Anh hoảng loạn nhảy qua cửa sổ trên tầng để thoát thân, sợ rằng mình có thể không còn sống nếu ở lại lâu hơn. Sau đó, anh đăng tải đoạn video lên mạng và nhanh chóng thu hút sự chú ý từ cộng đồng. Nhiều người bắt đầu phân tích chi tiết, đặc biệt là những bức vẽ mà Mai tìm thấy trước đó. Một số người cho rằng bóng đen mà Mai ghi lại trông rất giống với một trong những hình người que kỳ lạ mà anh thấy trong đống hình vẽ kia. Vậy còn bạn thì sao? Liệu Mai có vô tình ghi lại thứ gì đó đáng sợ hơn cả gì anh tưởng tượng hay không? Hãy cho tôi biết suy nghĩ của bạn.
The arms dimension. Here it is. You know what's on the other side, but you still want me to go in, don't you? Ridiculously easy puzzles? Yes. Impossible.
Trước khi bắt đầu video, tôi xin thông báo là kênh đã có cho mình một server Discord để mọi người có thể giao lưu, cũng như theo dõi những thông tin mới nhất được cập nhật. Các bạn có thể click vào đường link dưới phần mô tả để tham gia. Và vào 20 giờ mỗi ngày, tôi sẽ livestream trên kênh YouTube này để giao lưu cùng với mọi người. Nếu các bạn có nhiều thời gian rảnh, có thể ghé xem để ủng hộ. Được rồi, chúng ta bắt đầu video thôi. Vào ngày 24 tháng 11 năm 2023, một lao công trường học bước qua hành lang vắng vẻ mà hầu hết các lao công khác đều tránh khi làm ca đêm. Ngôi trường trung học nơi đoạn video này được ghi lại có một quy định nghiêm ngặt. Không một học sinh nào được phép ở một mình trong hành lang này sau một khoảng thời gian nhất định, và lý do cho điều đó là vô cùng chính đáng. Ngôi trường được xây dựng trên nền của một nghĩa trang cũ. Trong trường, những bức ảnh về nghĩa trang này bao gồm các mảnh bia mộ từng hiện diện vẫn được trưng bày như một lời nhắc nhở u ám về lịch sử của nơi đây. Nhiều lao công khẳng định ngôi trường này bị ám. Một đêm nọ, sau khi trải qua một sự cố kỳ lạ, một lao công quyết định quay video để ghi lại hiện tượng bất thường. Nhưng khi anh đang quay, một điều gì đó kinh hoàng đã xảy ra, khiến anh không thể giữ nổi bình tĩnh.
Alright, I usually don't record while I'm on the job, but this is freaking me out. It's sort of unreal. I'm here at work. I'm here in the janitor's closet. Yeah, let me just show you guys. Alright. Just to, I don't know, let you guys know this school was built on a cemetery. I don't know if that helps my situation or not, but previous janitors that have worked here have tried to tell everyone that, you know, every night something happens, some spooky shit, I don't know, paranormal or whatever you want to call it, but yeah, I didn't really believe them until tonight. I was in here cleaning up after some students had thrown a party, but what's been freaking me out is this one right here. No matter where I'm at in the classroom or what I decide to do, it just follows me. And do your thing, you stupid balloon. I got you on camera now, so let's just, see? That right there. Shit. Just Ooh, okay. See, no. It just follows me no matter what. Ooh. Ooh. No, I can't.
Khi người lao công bước ra khỏi lớp học, một quả bóng màu đỏ bắt đầu đi theo anh ta. Nhưng điều kỳ lạ hơn trong việc này là những quả bóng khác vẫn đứng yên, trong khi chỉ có quả bóng này di chuyển theo anh. Cảm thấy vô cùng bất an, anh từ từ lùi lại trước khi đột nhiên bắt gặp điều này. Một bóng đen xuất hiện ở phía sau. Bóng dáng bí ẩn này chỉ xuất hiện trong chưa đầy 1 giây, như thể nó chạy qua với tốc độ rất nhanh và biến mất khỏi tầm nhìn. Điều này đã đủ khiến cho người lao công bỏ công việc ngay lập tức. Hiện chưa có cập nhật nào ngoài một video anh ta nói rằng anh ta sợ phải làm việc một mình. Tuy nhiên, dù có là ma hay không, sự việc này cứ lặp đi lặp lại trong đầu anh ta.
Still there. Like I said, I haven't been back here to touch anything. I don't even know if you guys can see that. Yeah, I can't. I'm not doing that.
Vậy chính xác điều gì đã được ghi lại trong video? Không có thêm thông tin nào. Câu hỏi này vẫn chưa có lời giải đáp. Trong video tiếp theo, chúng ta có thể thấy một bé gái đang chơi với đồ chơi của mình, và người đàn ông quay video này lại để xác nhận những điều bé gái đã nói trước đó với anh ta.
What you doing over there? Nice. What was it that you told me earlier about your doll?
When I play hide and seek with my doll, it moves.
You said it moves?
Yeah.
That doll? This doll?
Yeah.
You said it moves?
Yeah.
Like you move it, or what? When does it move?
When I play hide and seek with her.
When you play hide and seek?
Hide and seek with her.
When you play hide and seek? seek?
Yeah.
Theo lời bé gái nói, con búp bê chỉ di chuyển khi chơi trốn tìm với nó. Cô bé chỉ mới 5 tuổi nên có thể đây chỉ là trí tưởng tượng của trẻ con. Nhưng điều đó không ngăn cản người trong trẻ thử kiểm tra. Anh ấy quyết định chơi trốn tìm và ghi lại mọi thứ.
God. Oh my God. Sadie, you scared me. Don't do that, dude.
Mặc dù có một pha jump scare nhẹ, anh ấy vẫn cảm thấy nhẹ nhõm khi chỉ bị con chó của mình làm sợ, chứ không phải con búp bê. Tuy nhiên, khi đêm trôi qua, một điều đáng sợ hơn đã xảy ra. Sau khi bé gái được đưa đi ngủ, người trông trẻ nhìn thấy điều này. Con chó cứ nhìn chằm chằm vào búp bê trong một khoảng thời gian dài.
Like, noticed the dog has been staring at the doll. Looking at it. I'm kind of freaked out right now.
Nhưng chỉ vài giờ sau, một điều đáng sợ hơn được ghi lại trên camera. Người trông trẻ đang chợp mắt trong một căn phòng thì đột nhiên có một tiếng động nhỏ phát ra từ phòng khách. Hãy nhớ rằng phòng khách là nơi con búp bê được nhìn thấy lần cuối. Người trông trẻ lập tức tỉnh dậy và bắt đầu quay phim. Và đây là những gì anh ta ghi lại được.
Yo.
Kỳ lạ.
Yo.
Kỳ lạ là món đồ chơi trong phòng khách tự động phát ra tiếng động. Nhưng bên cạnh món đồ chơi đó là con búp bê. Có vẻ như nó vẫn ở vị trí cũ. Cho đến khi không còn như vậy nữa, nếu nhìn kỹ, bạn sẽ thấy con búp bê bắt đầu di chuyển. Nó dường như đang từ từ ngẩng đầu lên, như thể đang cố nhìn thẳng vào máy quay trước khi đổ xuống nhanh chóng. Người trông trẻ lúc này đã nhìn đủ rồi, vội vã bỏ chạy trong trạng thái kinh hoàng. Con búp bê có vẻ như đã sống dậy. Mặc dù vậy, không có đoạn video nào tiếp theo về sự việc này. Nhưng người ta có thể dễ dàng đoán được cảm giác của người trông trẻ trong suốt đêm đó. Liệu người trông trẻ có thật sự ghi lại điều gì đó siêu nhiên, hay có một lời giải thích khác cho chuyện này? Có lẽ video sẽ là một bí ẩn. Video mà bạn sắp xem được đăng bởi Andy Whitehouse. Anh ta đăng một video với nội dung rất kỳ lạ.
Okay, for anybody asking, this is my family home. I grew up here, and we've never had a single experience like this. I don't know what is going on. I'm getting a lot of comments saying I'm doing it for views, and I'm doing it for likes. And I promise you I am not. Don't like the video, don't comment if you don't want to. I just need somebody who knows what this is to please reach out. I don't care if it's in a comment or privately, just please reach out. And please just help me. I don't know what to tell my wife when she gets home. I can't afford a hotel for the night. We're doing a remodel in the bathroom. And everything's just going to shit right now. And I'm not trying to be dramatic about this, but I have no idea what to do. And everybody in the comments all day has just been freaking me out. And I want to think this is just in my head, but I keep listening to it over and over and over again. So somebody please reach out with an answer or some help or something. Thank you.
Như bạn có thể thấy qua video, Andy hoàn toàn sốc và không thể xử lý được sự việc kỳ lạ đang xảy ra trong nhà của mình. May mắn thay, anh ấy đã kịp thời ghi lại sự việc này trong trường hợp không ai tin lời mình. Andy viết: Tôi không biết phải làm gì vào lúc này. Mọi thứ trở nên kỳ lạ vào đêm qua và tôi phải ngủ trong xe. Tôi an toàn, nhưng tôi không ổn và cần sự giúp đỡ. Và đây là những gì anh ấy quay lại được.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Hey, come here. Come here. What I told you. Come here.
Andy có thể yên tâm rằng anh ấy không mất trí, vì video cho thấy có ai đó hoặc thứ gì đó đang bắt chước giọng nói của chính anh ấy. Có thể đây là một người bạn hoặc ai đó quen biết đang thực hiện một trò đùa với anh. Tuy nhiên, nhiều người xem tin rằng đây có thể là một skinwalker, một loại sinh vật bí ẩn được biết đến với khả năng bắt chước giọng nói của người khác. Tất nhiên, quyết định tin hay không rằng điều gì đó siêu nhiên đã được ghi lại trên video hoàn toàn phụ thuộc vào bạn. Andy chắc chắn rằng anh ấy đã ghi lại điều đó, nhưng hiện tại, video vẫn là một bí ẩn. Một người đàn ông bị đánh thức vào đêm khuya sau khi nghe những tiếng động kỳ lạ bên trong ngôi nhà của mình. Nguồn âm thanh dường như phát ra từ tầng dưới. Nhưng tự nhiên, người đàn ông do dự không dám kiểm tra. Marvin Cargus đã ghi lại đoạn video sau đây, và cho đến tận bây giờ, anh vẫn không biết chuyện gì đã xảy ra trong ngôi nhà của mình vào đêm đó. Marvin không chắc rằng liệu bạn cùng nhà có đang cố làm anh ta sợ hay không, hay đây lại là một hiện tượng kỳ lạ khác thường xảy ra trong ngôi nhà của mình. Anh không hề biết rằng đây không phải là một trò đùa, mà là một sự kiện sẽ khiến anh kinh hãi. Kèm theo đoạn video, Marvin viết: những điều kỳ lạ luôn xảy ra trong ngôi nhà của tôi, và giờ tôi mới bắt đầu thử ghi lại một số sự kiện này. Và dưới đây là đoạn video.
Alvin. Fuck. Where's that shit? This fucking shit ain't funny anymore, man. Fuck, dude. Alvin. Shit ain't funny, man. Fuck. Alvin. Okay. Okay.
Ngay sau khi Marvin trở vào nhà sau khi kiểm tra Rara, một tiếng động lớn vang lên bên trong ngôi nhà. Chỉ sau vài giây, chiếc đèn trần bắt đầu đung đưa qua lại như thể có ai đó vừa đẩy nhẹ nó. Và tất nhiên, như bất kỳ ai trong tình huống đó, Marvin hoảng sợ bỏ chạy trở về phòng của mình, nơi đoạn video kết thúc. Không cần phải nói, sự việc này đã khiến anh bị sốc. Mãi đến khi nhận ra bạn cùng phòng không có ở nhà, anh mới hiểu rằng đây không phải là một trò đùa, mà là một hiện tượng kỳ lạ đã xảy ra trong ngôi nhà của mình. Một người dùng đã đăng tải video ghi lại một đoạn quảng cáo trên TV vào ngày 4 tháng 5 năm 2011 kèm theo lời mô tả sau: khi còn nhỏ, tôi thường xem rất nhiều chương trình TV. Tôi thường xem bất cứ thứ gì
Kể cả quảng cáo. Vâng, có một quảng cáo mà tôi vẫn nhớ cho đến tận ngày nay, và chỉ cần nghĩ về nó thôi cũng khiến tôi sợ hãi. Quảng cáo này được chiếu ở Chile, nơi tôi sinh ra, và khi lần đầu tiên tôi xem nó, tôi ngay lập tức nhận ra điều gì đó kỳ lạ. Đáng chú
Đẹp trai có đủ để làm nàng để ý. Bật ý tưởng mới cùng Vina Cà phê.